it. And he didn't budge.
That was the best.
All right, y'all ready? Good afternoon. I would like to call back to order the Pasco County Board of County Commissioners meeting of February 20th, 2024. Please silence all electronic devices and mute your microphones. We will proceed with public hearings, starting with ordinances. Item 43, P43.
P43 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Item P43 is...
Jerry,
Yeah, that's better.
Item P43 is an ordinance amending the Pasco
Still needs, that mic needs to be turned up.
Okay. Item P43 is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15 and sheet 12, from COM commercial to PD plan development on approximately 48.98 acres of real property located at the southwest corner of the intersection of State Road 52 and Land Lakes Boulevard, and a text amendment amending sub-area policy flu 7.1.37 Tibbetts Land at Gower's Corner sub-area policy, and a map amendment to the future land use map, map 2-9, amending sub-area map 2-937 Tibbetts Land, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repeal or severability and an effective date. This comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the local planning agency and the Planning and Economic Growth Department. We have a presentation if one is desired.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to hear the presentation the same, and right behind it, actually do the zoning part of it as well, to combine them.
Which one now?
So it'd be P51 to go with P43. And I think this, I'm going to have the same request coming up for 44 and 52 as well.
Okay. Just have that
You can do that. You're going to have to give the public an opportunity to, if there is public, an opportunity to speak
to speak.
to both of the items
Right.
and take separate motions.
Okay.
I'd prefer that you do 43 and then step down and then do 51, but it's up to you.
Would that be all right? Do each one in order as it is, or?
So do 43.
So
Yeah, 43
have
first,
have staff do the presentation for 43. Have the applicant do their presentation for 43. Get any comments,
Okay.
and then move to 51 and
Okay.
do it that way.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
All right. Oops. Good afternoon. Amy Tull with Planning and Economic Growth. It's the first time I've had to say that with the new reorganization. What you see before you is a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment in the name of CPAS 2215 Gower's Corner PD. We will read the ordinance into record. You already read it? Okay, never mind. This is the adoption hearing for that. So I'll proceed. So again, this is a comprehensive plan amendment. It is a small-scale amendment from COM commercial to PD plan development. The applicant is proposing a flu amendment from COM to PD on approximately 48.98 acres to allow for 400 multifamily units and 300,000 square feet of commercial retail. The subject site is located at the intersection, the southwest intersection of State Road 54 and Land O'Lakes Boulevard, sorry. And there is an amendment to policy flu 7.1.37 for the existing sub-area policy. There's also an accompanying MPUD plan develop or MPUD rezoning petition that you'll hear accompanying this. So the subject site here is located in the Central Market area, again at the southwest corner of State Road 50 or US 41 and Land O'Lakes Boulevard. I'm stuck on State Road 54 right now. The subject site here is your aerial view of the project location. Here is a context map to show where the subject site is located in proximity to the area As you can see, the red area being the subject property is located on the southwest corner of Land O'Lakes Boulevard and State Road 52. A couple predominant projects in the area being the Land O'Lakes 5241 project, which does abut this project to the west. As you can see also, Project Arthur is in proximity of the area, and we also have the Paul Materials industrial site to the north. Here's the existing transportation network. We do have the trail, US 41 trail system and State Road 52 trail system within the sub-area policy, as well as the MPUD conditions of approval. There are conditions to ensure that pedestrian connectivity within the project, as well as along State Road 52 and US 41, are achieved through either a sidewalk or a multi-use path. Here is your conceptual plan that's associated to the sub-area policy for the PD plan development. The pink area is going to prioritize or ensure that employment-generating uses are retained in that location. The orange area is going to be your residential uses with a mudroom component. The pink area does allow for residential to occur, but only if vertically integrated. There are some wetlands in the area, so this is just your environmental context to see what's going on. Your existing future land use is being commercial currently. And your proposed amendment to PD is what this would look like on the map. I do want to highlight the fact that the existing CALM FLU allows for a substantially greater amount of entitlements than what the applicant is proposing in the PD FLU. So currently in the existing commercial FLU land use classification, they can achieve up to 1,280,141 square feet, and then up to 1,175 units. What they're proposing is substantially lower. They're proposing 400 units of multifamily, and then they're also proposing 300,000 square feet. So quite a reduction in what is currently available. And then this is just your snippet of the sub-area policy and the changes that are occurring. This is going to be your zoning where the MPUD is going to take place. And these are the policies that are supported by the proposed amendment. And with that, we recommend approval of the proposed comprehensive plan amendment and adopt by roll call vote. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Yes, sir.
So I think I'm going to be okay with this from what Amy's just said. So I don't need to hear them both together at this point. But
Okay.
I do want to say the big thing for me is they could go with over 1,000 apartments or
Right.
multifamily. It's now coming down.
Yeah.
I
Well, their
don't-
suggestion lower amount.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's like, it's a very good thing. What I also like to do is, you talked about the commercial. I don't want to hurt them on the commercial, though. If they want to go more intense, I don't want to slow them down on that either, though.
Sure. So actually on the MPUD side, there is a land use equivalency matrix that does allow for any of the residential units to be converted if necessary, so they can get an increase.
But even if it was more intense, let's say you had some big office complex that wanted to come in here and take over the site, and
Sure.
I want to make sure that they don't get restricted from that commercial opportunity that could be there as well.
Okay.
Is there a way to modify that?
Unless we do that here, if they decide to come in the future, and this is already adopted, if it exceeds the 300,000 square feet and the potential mudroom conversion, then they will need to come in for a comp plan amendment.
I'd rather put the flexibility in that now for them, so they don't have to come back again.
Yeah, I don't know if
I
that,
mean, it just gives them another opportunity. It doesn't change it
Sure.
doesn't change the multifamily, but if there's something stronger commercial that may want to go more vertical, more intense, I mean, it's an opportunity. It could be creating a lot of jobs there. I don't know. But I don't want to restrict them from doing that.
well, if they're gonna make a big, to me, that'd be a big change from what they're offering here now, if they went full-blown for what entitlements they'd have. I'd be concerned it didn't come back for us, so we could look at that.
Right, right. Mr. Chairman, Clark Hobby, Hobby and Hobby, PA 109 North Brush Street, Tampa, Florida. I understand what Commissioner Mariano's saying. I wouldn't have any objection if we, just on the comp plan, not the MPUD, because we didn't study it in the MPUD. If we want to change that number from, say, 300,000 of commercial to 500, it would still be well beneath that it would be less than half of the existing potential entitlements, but also realistically, I don't think we're ever going to come anywhere near achieving that much anyway. But I understand the Commissioner's point about more flexibility on the commercial. So I wouldn't have any problem if the board wanted to change that from 300 to 500, because I think the traffic folks would tell us that's still not net increasing any of the traffic just for the comp plan. I couldn't do it on the MPUD side, though, because we didn't study it for timing and phasing.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Starkey?
Yeah, I was in Sarasota this weekend, visiting my son who was in from Greenwich, and I was out at an area called Lakewood Ranch.
Lakewood Ranch.
Yeah, I was there
And-
too.
Oh, well then maybe you know what the project I'm talking about.
Okay.
I drove through some. I drove through Pulte's there and walked around Lakeside. Had lunch actually at Lakeside, which was wonderful. I think you know about it. It's a mixed-use development surrounded by townhomes and apartments on the water. But at, I wish I had taken a picture of it. I thought I could get it here online, but I think it's just come in before Google Maps is there. But at the corner of Fruitville Boulevard, maybe, and whatever road you go in to get up to Lakeshore Ranch,
Right.
there is a commercial corner with a lot of apartments. And it has a storage facility. Are you familiar with this project?
I'm not, but I mean, I can envision.
Okay, we need to get some photos, because this is exactly what I talked to the applicant about in my meeting with them, how you integrate multifamily with commercial. They even had a storage facility, you know, like one of those main companies that's orange and white. Maybe that's a branded name that you remember. Multi-story, but the whole bottom was commercial and retail. And you couldn't even tell what it was on one of the sides. It was so well done. And then right across the street with on-street parking are the apartments. And, you know, over here's all the restaurants, and it was pretty nicely integrated. It was more of your standard out parcel commercial, and as you got back towards the apartments, it got higher and higher. But I think it's a great example of how to better integrate multifamily on a site. Because I am very fearful we're doing an apartment complex, then you got to get out of your car and drive over here, another apartment complex, all encapsulated, and this was just it just shows that it does work, so I don't know who the developer is.
Commissioner Stark, if I might, just for the benefit, your staff recognizes some of the things like that you've been saying over the last couple of years, because it was your staff that asked us to retain the ability. We wanted to try to move any apartments off of the hard corner, so that, you know, we weren't just coming in there and eating the hard corner up at this critical intersection with more apartments, right? Because we hear the board talking about that. But what staff insisted, and is in the MPUD when we get to that, is it does allow vertically integrated units in that area. But the good news is, and this is what the critical thing is, I think, for the board on the comp plan and the MPUD, is it cuts the potential for multifamily by like 60%. So it's not going to be overwhelmed and really be a multifamily project. That's really the key for the comp plan and the MPUD. And when we get into the MPUD stuff, I'll give you some other really good benefits for the county if we end up having a discussion about that, but there are a lot of them.
I'm just saying, and I appreciate that, how they moved it off the corner. I'm just saying they don't have to be so separated if it's, there are ways to lay it out where they,
I know, and
they work together.
Again, your staff asked us to do that, and there are conditions that allow that in the MPUD already.
Right.
Okay, Amy?
Commissioner Starkey, if I may, I'd like to highlight the fact that if you see on this location map, the red area is going to be the Gowers Corner that's currently being discussed. The Land O'Lakes 5241 is also a project that has come in around the same time frame, and staff is actually treating both of those projects almost as one.
That's wonderful.
And so we're making sure there's levels of connectivity between the two.
That's the way we need to do it.
That one should be, I guess, being proposed March 12th, being heard on March 12th. So,
Okay. Well, this is a public meeting, so we need to hear hear from anyone that's here to speak to it. Do we have anyone signed up to speak to this item?
No, sir,
Nobody here?
and no one on WebEx.
Seeing no one,
Anybody in the audience to speak to this item?
seeing no one,
Okay.
move approval.
Second.
I got a motion and a second by roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Okay. Move on to P44.
Okay, so P44 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Item P44 is an ordinance amending the Pasco County Comprehensive Plan, providing for a comprehensive plan amendment to the future land use map, map 2-15, sheet 23, amending from Res 6, residential 6 dwelling units per gross acre, to PD plan development on approximately 25.57 acres of real property located on the west side of Island Boulevard, approximately 1,836 feet north of State Road 54, and a text amendment creating sub-area policy flu 7.1.71, the Corwin at Wesley Hills, PD, and a map amendment to the future land use map, map 2-9, adding sub-area map 2-971, the Corwin at Wesley Hills, PD, and providing for additional text amendments as necessary for internal consistency, providing for repealer servability and an effective date. This comes to you with a recommendation for approval from the local planning agency and the Planning and Economic Growth Department. We do have a presentation, if necessary, on this project as well.
Okay. Any discussion?
Terry,
Waitman?
thank you, Chair. Is this the time to discuss it? Or do we do it at 50 when we come in?
If you
52?
want to discuss the plan amendment, now's the time. I mean, this is a PD plan amendment, correct?
Yes.
So pretty much it's all fair game at this point if you want to talk about it, because they've tendered a plan
Yeah.
as part of the comp
Well,
plan
this is,
amendment.
so I spent a good portion of a year working through this project. I don't know if the applicants are here, but now's the time to come up. And it's really unique what we worked through as far as multifamily. I know multifamily's taking some shots to the nose here lately. But do we have the options, the 4 options that you guys,
Is this the one
Let's
on
propose.
Island?
Yes.
Eland?
Do you
No, I'd
want a
say that.
presentation?
It sounds
on this?
like it would be best to do a presentation.
Yeah.
yeah,
Ms. Wellhite, if you come forward and
Well, you
the
want your
applicant.
staff to do the app?
I just want to, can I hand out before staff starts so that they have time?
well, whichever's
Need a
appropriate,
motion?
because my point of
receive,
doing this
file.
is we.
Need a second?
Second.
a motion and a second by roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford. District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0.
To show this is we don't have, as multifamily makes its way into the county, there's some uniqueness with this project. And I think it's important that the board, if they haven't seen it already, Ms. Wilhite and staff and the customer there, talk to it. And just good conversation to have.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
so maybe we should just have staff do the presentation first, then let the applicant come up.
Whichever's the appropriate.
That's usually the best
That
way to
would be
go.
appropriate, yep.
Okay. Item P44 is the ordinance amending the comp plan for the Corwin at Wesley Hills. It's a small-scale comprehensive plan amendment. I've read the title of the ordinance. So the proposal is to change the future land use from Res 6 dwelling units per gross acre, to a PD plan development to allow for 350 multifamily apartments with 15,000 square feet of commercial retail office on the site on 25.5 acres. This is located on the west side of Island Boulevard, just north of State Road 54, and it's where there's a sub-area policy that comes along with it, and there is the companion rezoning that's been referred to later on the agenda for today. This is the general location, so it's southwest of Zephyr Hills in the South Market area, which also happens to be in the urban expansion area. This is the overall aerial. You'll notice the site outlined in red. Across the street from it, although it's not showing up on the aerial, is a shopping center here. And then we have, I believe, Publix and the Home Depot just to the south of the subject site. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of intensity. Commercial type of non-residential intensity that's lining up on Stereo 54 and Island Boulevard. This is the context map of the subject site itself, indicating the locations of the residential as well as the non-residential locations on site. This is the existing future land use map. As you can see, the subject site is well within this beige hatched area, which is the Res 6 future land use. And to the south, you'll notice the ROR future land use coming up in this orange that runs along 54. Here the map changes with an amendment to the comprehensive plan to the PD and the application of the sub-area within that boundary. Here's that sub-area policy where we're setting up at a minimum 7,500 square feet of retail commercial and 7,500 square feet of office combined. That makes for 15,000 square feet that will be integrated with the multifamily uses. We'll note from here that in the MPUD, there's quite a bit of discussion about the vertical integration of this commercial office within the buildings that will have the multifamily. So first floor will be the commercial office, and above will be multifamily. In terms of the transportation network, there is a trail that runs along Island Boulevard. It's known as the Morris Bridge Handcart Trail. This project is going to be proposing the establishment of its segment of that network, and they're going to build, I believe it's a 10-foot wide sidewalk or trail segment on their property, on their side of the Island Boulevard next to their property. Here's the zoning on the subject property, which is, I believe, AC. And then these are the policies in particular that make the land use consistent. The transitional land use policy is important to consider because of the commercial properties that are just to the south. So as you're moving north from Stereo 54, you're transitioning from high-intensity commercial, non-residential, into a mixed-use project, which is the Corwin at Wesley Hills, and the intensities and the densities begin to taper off as you move further north. With that, we close the presentation with a recommendation of approval of the comprehensive plan amendment. Any questions?
Okay.
I think what we want to see is the site plan, because a lot of work was done on this, and we like the site plan, right?
Yes.
And then I have a question for you, because sometimes site plans aren't binding, and, you know, we need to make it binding if that's what we like about this. I don't know which kind of development it is where.
Barberville Heights 6327, Grand Boulevard, Newport Richey 34652. I have the pleasure of representing ECI Group. My clients are behind me, ready to jump in and anything that I kind of don't cover or that you have more questions about. You've already heard about where our site's located. This is where ECI does business. They already do business in Pasco County. They were already your partners and are happy to bring this project forward. Again, where our site is. This is interesting to show some context of all the retail that's already around us. There's existing retail, a lot of it's vacant, a lot of it's can build out, and our site will only help that, especially given the connectivity that we have to the south. Again, showing the vacant commercial parcels, so this area is ready to develop and develop in a manner that you'll be proud of. As you've already heard, there's improvements to State Road 54 in this area, as well as Island. This is the site plan. Jump into the site plan. This is the site plan. It did look nothing like this when I started this journey with my client group at ECI Group. We had two isolated 7,500 square foot buildings. We didn't have any central feature. We had 4-story buildings along Island. We were asked to do 3-story, to minimize Long Island, 3-story Long Island, 4-story in the back is what's proposed. You can see that there's 2 mixed-use buildings that are shown in the orange and the pink. We have 15,000 square feet of retail office. That's a minimum and a maximum. They have to do mixed-use buildings, at least 2 of them. There's 4 different elevations for those mixed-use buildings, which I'll share for you. But there's also other interesting features where you'll see that the orientation of the retail buildings is to the center green there, where we come into the project, and that's on purpose. But you'll also see that retail wraps. Those orange buildings are just retail. They're either 1 floor or 2 floor, depending on the option. And then you have the mixed-use concept is where the residential, which is in pink, joins those buildings. Connectivity to the south, to the Publix, across the Duke easement corridor, which the client's already worked with Duke. You'll see 2 connection spots to the north, a pretty major north-south connection through the project, no gates. They want the public to enjoy the space that they're going to create, both between the greens, and then hopefully we'll have restaurants. I mean, I think when you look at this area and 15,000 square feet, you're not talking nationals, you're talking homegrown and boutiques and restaurants and the kind of things we all want to go see, and we want to see more of those places where we can take our families and go enjoy a Saturday night or a Sunday morning or Sunday afternoon. And you did hear staff say we only have to do 5 feet sidewalk along our project boundary on Eland. Staff said, take a look at what FDOT's doing. Can you continue that? And we said, okay, we'll make sure it's 10 feet. So quite a bit of work here and that has gone on. As far as this is a context that my team put together, Carmen put together, just to show what's going on in the area. The connectivity that we're starting and creating will then, your staff can continue that as the property to the north is developed. You can see our proximity to Avalon Park. You'll be able to take the trail at this point south and then all the way along the north side of 54 to go to Avalon Park. So you can go by bike, you can go by walk. Just some architecture. This is a rendering of the project. You can see that central green space going all the way through the project down to the project's clubhouse.
Can you
Are
go
those
back to that one?
3-story buildings? 3-story or 4-story?
3-story on the front, 4 stories in the back.
In the very back too? Okay.
3 stories on the front, 4 stories in
I
the back.
still think those buildings, this building over here needs to be flipped. But I'll show you a picture here in a second.
This building right here is the one that.
Yeah.
Commissioner Starkey asked our client if that one can be flipped this way.
To give that road a street feel.
Let me just show you a couple of things, and then I'm going to let them jump up here and answer your questions and show off their project. These are the required buildings. We have 4 options of how we do those. I'm doing a terrible job with this. Maybe I do need to let them. Maybe I do need to let them come up here. When we talked about mixed-use buildings, when I started working with staff on how to write the conditions, I said, let's show it. And let's show the different ways that we can do mixed-use integrated for these buildings. And I learned a lot, because there's actually different ways to do it. We always think of just retail retail 1 story, and then we put our apartments above it. But my team pointed out there are retailers that want to be 2 stories. So that's what you're seeing in the second option, in option B. And there's 4 of those, and we have to be one of these options. So how we become binding is the fact that we have to do 2 mixed-use buildings, 15,000 square foot maximum minimum, and we have to comply with one of these 4 building types. So that's how we bring our site plan to life. I will let, anybody wants to get up here, Stephen?
How did you get back? I was using this button.
Uh-huh.
So we're the developer. We're a family company that
Need to
owns
put your name for the
Oh,
record.
sorry.
Yeah.
I was immediately. I'm Stephen Stover from ECI Groups. I'm the Vice President of Development. 1231 Pebble Creek Road, Marietta, Georgia. One of the questions was about, we want to make sure that we're getting what we're presenting here. We own our projects long-term. We still own projects we built in Pasco County 20-some years ago. We have a development division that I represent, as well as a general contracting division and a management division. So we spent a long time working through this plan because what we're proposing is what we want to build. And so rather than just showing a bunch of pretty pictures, we'd gather feedback from different folks, and then we'd go to work with our consultants, experts on commercial leasing and layouts, to make sure that what we're presenting is what we can build, and it will function, and it will lease. So a lot of time was put into this. We proffered 4 different flavors of how the retail and the buildings would, or the mixed-use buildings would look and feel and function. And then our site plan as well, if I can go back to our site plan. Here too, we got a lot of great recommendations. Our plan did start very differently than what you're seeing here. And at every different turn and iteration, we've tried to make it better and also still a functioning, financeable project. We've added a central green that is open to the public, will be open to the public. Our every intention is to program that and make that a great space. That's our front door for the rest of the residential residents. So it really matters to us that retail and commercial is really cool and interesting. We have every intention to build what we're showing here. We've laid it out. And if approved today, our next step is to move into full design and permitting of what you're seeing here. We've laid out the retail mixed-use buildings very intentionally. We've turned them inboard rather than running them along the street, the Island Boulevard, like you typically see commercial, in order to create kind of a Main Street feel, as opposed to highway retail going down the side of a road. So we're really kind of hoping that those 2 commercial buildings really support each other, as well as the central green, to kind of pull people into the site who may live across the street or just be driving by. It's not a gated community. We've enhanced the connectivity to the northern parcels, so if and when they get redeveloped, that there's 2 easy points of connection. Spent a long time trying to figure out how to make that front north-south road a straight line, so that folks who live north, if they want to just drive through as quickly as possible, they can go directly south to the public site, and hopefully drive by and see our commercial node and maybe want to stop off and visit that coffee shop or restaurant. So we have spent a long time.
Or golf cart, or
golf cart, excuse me, or,
walk.
yeah, and from
A pedestrian trail.
yeah, and we support the interparcel connectivity, both vehicular and non-vehicular. So, both along Island Boulevard, where we extend the trail that the county and state have invested a lot of money to build further south of our site and along 54. But we also want that connection directly to the shopping center without folks having to go onto the public right-of-way, and thus create more traffic and hopefully bike or walk. So we've been working on this for some time. We've dramatically changed the plan. We think it's better. It's great feedback we got from a lot of different folks over the past year and some. And we're happy to elaborate further. I don't know if I answered some of your questions or concerns.
Well,
Go ahead.
my only concern is that you turn that north building to front, that internal road, to give it more of a sense of place, or more walkable, instead of you're walking by parking lots. I think it'd just be nicer. But also, now that I'm looking here, once you get, how would your residents walk or bike to the grocery store? Would it just be in the street?
No, I think we're going to
Thought there
have
was a
sidewalks
path.
throughout. This is just kind of a
'cause
indicative.
you're not
We'd
showing
be
them there.
required, yeah, this was
Yeah.
a site plan. And in terms of that building turn-in, I recognize your comment. I hope you believe we're flexible and open-minded. If you send me what you're thinking, absolutely happy to rejigger it with our architects and civil engineers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Can you show that picture that I emailed you, Sonia? I found, I don't know how to make that little man get on my map, and make it.
Street view guy?
Yeah, my street view guy's not showing up in this area. So maybe it's too new, I don't know. But I did find a site plan of what I was talking about. And this is much more commercial than what you have. So, and Clark, I was wondering if you saw this. So where it says Honey, Grace, Beauty and Spa, that's the storage facility. But the whole bottom is retail, commercial. And I look forward to getting you a, what happened? Can you go back? I don't know what happened. But and then there's the apartments in the back. So do you see how those apartments are along that internal street?
Yeah, that way you're
That's what I'm
screening.
talking about.
You're screened in the parking lot.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
it's just a better feel to walk by the front of your building than to be walking by a parking lot if you're got this north-south movement from these people from the north coming to the south. So,
Yeah, we can absolutely take a look at that.
yeah. I'm going to try and get more pictures. Jeff, do you ever go down to Lakewood Ranch when you're down there?
Well, this is the Sarasota portion of Lakewood Ranch.
Oh, it's in both counties?
It's actually 3 DRIs that go from
Oh, wow.
State Road 64 all the way down. The Sarasota component was mostly commercial industrial for years. I don't know whether they've allowed any residential down there. The Manatee side was all residential, and
Well, I don't know where the lines are, but I just thought we drove through here because we had a potty stop. And the project looked so good, my husband and I just kept driving around a little bit, but I thought the layout was pretty good, so.
We're always looking for analogs of how we can make things great, and so, I mean it sincerely. Absolutely, we'll look at it.
Yeah. And just to be sure, and I'm sure your people know this, since I have kind of a little bit of a restaurant, you just need to be sure on those commercial sites that they have way to get to their,
Trash
you know,
and venting.
trash.
Oh, yes.
And the wheel in the beer and all that.
Absolutely,
important stuff.
stocking, yeah. So if you notice, yeah, the back part of each of those, the reason why it's, I mean, we laid it out for a Main Street vibe, but there will be pathways from the back, and so we'll have to have back of house going on that back. That way, you
Okay.
can park a truck on the backside.
Because we're going to hold you to this, right? Or
I hope,
close to it.
I hope you hold us and others to what we're showing you. I mean it
The two
sincerely.
commercial sites you're showing,
Sorry?
they're 3-story.
So the front two buildings are 3-story buildings. The ground
So
floor.
they could have commercial on 2 floors and then apartments on the 3rd floor?
Yeah, and just so we can see it more visually, you know, we actually had our architect put together a few different flavors of what this could be. We want some flexibility so that we can accommodate different users. So, you know, a typical mixed-use building, this is, again, 3 stories, the back buildings are 4. But, you know, there was a concern about having 4-story buildings kind of overwhelming Island Boulevard. So these 3-story buildings along the front, you know, can have ground floor retail. It'll be on the hard corner, turning up Island, but mostly going to create a Main Street vibe. We could do, you know, we've laid out a different option that's 2-story. Some folks want much higher ceilings, like breweries and that type of thing. There's different types of users that prefer that. You know, another option, we were studying, like Commissioner Starkey was saying, we're studying a project near where we live, and they had a 3-story structure. We thought that a separate 2-story with a 3-story next door would look kind of weird, but we found an example that we really liked. And so we proffered as well kind of a 2-story with adjacent 3-story multifamily as an option as well, based on an example that we saw that we thought worked really well. That was another brewery concept.
That would be a rooftop component too, wouldn't it?
Correct, yes. So
Very
that's.
nice.
That's
As long as there's
her
shade.
driving this specifically. So I had to convince her, you know, rooftops can be difficult to manage, elevators,
Yeah.
stocking, all the other reasons we've talked about. But to be honest, if we could, that would be the option we'd prefer. We're not in the brewery business, so, you know, we can't proffer what, you know, businesses we don't run. But we're seeking flexibility, and we're also showing you clearly what we're intending to do, not, here's a bunch of pretty pictures, and then we're going to go change it. That's really not our intention in general, and we'd like, in 5 years, y'all say, we'd love for ECI to do more projects in this area because of what you guys have done. So we're a long-term, reputation-focused developers.
These are the kind of projects that enhance our community. The one at Gun Highway in 54, this one, and I appreciate, because I've been through it with some of my applicants, the time it takes. I appreciate all your time. But I think when you start massaging these and making sure they know we want a sense of place, we want something that builds community, that we can do it, and we can get there. So this is a very nicely laid out project. I'm happy to vote for it.
Well, yeah,
Mr. Mariano.
Commissioner Whiteman, I'm sorry.
Okay. Go ahead, and make a
I was
statement.
just going to say, Commissioner Whiteman asked a lot of us and collaborated, and I think the project's
You put
better.
that eloquently.
Yeah, that's right. So, multifamily is not everyone's favorite thing to talk about, and he pushed us to make this project better over, a long time, and, I'm honest when I'm saying, I think the project is better as a result, and it's been real collaborative. Sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I get the feeling you've been hit from all angles here.
Hey,
And I tell you, coming up to this, we've got a lot of heat from a lot of apartments in the whole area, a lot of different things. This product is a lot different. I'm glad you've listened to a lot of things that we've said and go through. And just giving yourself those options, I think, is smart. Barbara and I were talking even right beforehand about how much room you could do as far as the retail and the commercial go. And I'd like to see, I like that you need the options to figure out what you're going to go do with it, but I want to make sure we hold you to what you've got here as well. But I want to make sure we give you flexibility too. Let's say you want to take the commercial and just even, you get a few people that say, let's go stretch it further and go that way. I want you to be able to go, instead of just even being locked at 15,000, to go, if you want to go to 30, go to 30 with a trade-off with the units.
yeah, it's beyond my pay grade for what we can and can't do, but I typically in that scenario, I would come back to you and say, hey, we have good news. There's a retail tenants are coming out of the woodworks, and we want to do more. It's actually more profitable if it works in that scenario.
Yeah.
I think today, it's been a long road. We've been working on this for over a year. I think we would seek approval still today, and then come back.
So keep in mind, I'm not trying to not say to the approval. What I'm trying to do is if we can build the flexibility now to go give you that, and if it takes a matrix to go make that happen, then we can incorporate that today. So you can go forward. I don't want to slow you down, but I want to make sure that, again, if I can get more commercial retail and it works for you guys to be viable, everything you've created here, the interconnectivity, the great aura that a lot of people, I think, from that mall, they're going to go shopping at the mall, and they're going to want to come up there and probably have lunch or something else right along that way. So I see that happening. And coming from the north, whenever that does come, it's going to go too. So I like what you're doing. I just want to make sure that if there's a way that you need to go expand the commercial, we have that flexibility to put it in there. I think Barbara might have talked to
Or
Terry.
office.
So is there a reason why you went a minimum, maximum 15,000?
Yes, Barbara Wilhite. I was just conferring with, I don't know Terry's title anymore, but I'm a planning director. So it sounds like to do that, we need to just add language to our sub-area policy that allows us to have a land use equivalency matrix in our MPUD, and then we'll add language to the MPUD that allows for that land use equivalency matrix not to go from anything non-residential to residential, but to be able to go residential to non-residential. So if you want to include that in your motion, you'd add it to the sub-area policy, to have a land use equivalency matrix in the MPUD. And that's how we could accomplish that.
Okay.
For example, so those bottom ones along, how do you say that, Eland or Island?
Island.
Like it's an island?
Just
Okay.
like an island, yeah.
They could be kind of like a flex space or live-work kind of situation. So I would definitely want to give you the flexibility to let the market kind of say what those bottom ones are. So however Barbara puts it, we'll vote on it. Got to get the wording right.
And we were actually going to build, additional spaces a little bit further back that are intended to be live work.
Wherever you want them to be.
Yeah.
We want to
So,
give you that flexibility.
Yeah, as you get further deeper into the site, commercial gets harder to be viable. Along the frontage, we just have to look at it a little bit more. We put a lot of time and effort into making sure that what we programmed can function and lease and as back of house, and how do you take the trash out, those types of things.
My fellow board members may not know what a live work is. So live work is when the bottom space is flexible to be commercial or office. In Seaside, there's art galleries and
Yep.
stationery shops and bakeries, and things that are on the first floor, and then they live above.
Yeah, and particularly in the kind of the Zoom world, that's becoming.
Before the 80s, they started that.
What?
Nothing.
They started that before the 80s.
They're giving me grief.
We got futuristic look.
Our intention, I don't know how did you do with were you highlighted somewhere?
Scary when I'm showing.
So, thank you. So our intention for the building right there, it's a little bit in right there. So imagine you're driving in, there's commercial right here. We want to build out this space here on this corner with patio space. It's shown as green space. This is just an indicative rendering, but we kind of want this to be outdoor seating, this to be outdoor seating. So
Yeah,
imagine
nice.
you're driving by. We want
off.
pops of color and people saying, wow, what's going on in there? I should drive in and check it out. Now,
Yeah.
this is kind of a one-way road intentionally, so that if you make the commitment, we've captured your attention and you drive in, now you have to drive all the way around this circle and pass both of our retail. So again, we're trying to ensure that the first step is to get somebody to go into your development. The next step is to get them to drive past your retail. The final step is to get them to actually get out of their car. We have parking along the roadways. As a result, we're employing a lot of good retail, best practices. We'd love to limit the amount of tall landscaping. We'd like lower flowering plants on these hard corners. We'd like taller landscaping back to screen the multifamily from Island Boulevard. It's more of a code thing we can talk with as we get into the LDP and the building permit process. But as you're driving here, these ground floor units, we're intending to have direct access for these two corner units and these two. We'd build that unit a little bit differently. It'd be a different layout than you typically see, so that somebody could have a front office. They could be able to, normally we build, like your home, you want an open floor plan where your kitchen is visible to your living room, everybody can hang out and interact. And those type of units, you don't want your business client to be able to see your kitchen and maybe you didn't do the dishes and that type of thing. So,
Okay.
probably enough information, I'm sorry.
Well, we've got a,
We're
we got a
very-
public hearing, and we don't want to
spent a
spend the
lot of
rest of the
time.
day.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time thinking through this plan. I
Does anyone
apologize.
sign up for this item?
No, sir.
No one signed up for the item. Does anyone in the audience wish to speak to this item?
Mr.
Seeing
Chairman?
No one, pleasure of the board.
I'm going to just compliment and just reiterate. So from what I hear you say, as far as that landscaping goes, in front of the residential part, it's going to be heavy, taller landscaping, but down in front of the retail, you want to lower so people can see you from the roadway? Okay, thank you.
Okay. Pleasure of the board.
I guess move approval with, what's the?
With the conditions we
With the
set today
conditions we talked about.
in the sub-area policy.
Yeah, sub-area policy, and then we need to say something about binding in option A, B, C, and D? Or how do we?
So you can handle that in the MPUD, I think,
They're
would be
actually,
the
that's
appropriate
actually already
place.
bound into the MPUD, those four,
Okay.
they're attached,
Okay.
so.
All right.
So we just need that land use exchange language in our sub-area policy.
All right. Is that your motion?
Second.
And a second? By roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. All right. Move on to P45.
Yes, sir. So P45 was advertised in the Business Observer on February 9th, 2024, but I want to make a note for the record. On one piece of their advertisement, they had a Scrivener's error for February 2nd, but it was the February 9th publication everywhere else. So just making that note for the record. We spoke with Elizabeth Blair, and she was comfortable with it because it was advertised for today.
Okay.
Is
So
a
that
pu-
was-
is a publication error by the Tampa Bay Times.
Oh, I got
Uh,
you. But it was.
Business
Business
that was-
Observer.
Oh, I'm sorry, the Business
Yeah,
Observer.
yeah, yeah.
All right.
Item P45 is an ordinance dissolving the Meadow Point 5 Community Development District pursuant to Chapter 190 Florida statutes. And this comes with a recommendation to adopt the ordinance by roll call vote and to authorize the chairman to execute the original of the ordinance provided and direct board records accordingly. We have a presentation if it's desired.
And why are they doing this?
Longer
Yes.
needed. They've,
Mr.
the
Chairman?
district has no outstanding financial obligations and no operating or maintenance duties or responsibilities anymore.
Not needed in the retail coming in, don't want it anyway, so. it's-
Move to approve. Oh, it's public hearing?
It's public
Public
hearing.
hearing. Anyone here to speak to this item? Anyone signed up to speak?
No, sir.
No one signed up to speak. Anyone in the audience wish to speak to this item? Seeing no one, pleasure of the board.
Move to approve.
Second?
Got a motion and a second? By roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye, motion passed 5-0. We now move on to public hearings, and Mr. Steinsteiner?
There are two rezoning agendas, regular and consent. Staff will present each application to the Board of County Commissioners. If staff or a planning commission has recommended approval and there is no opposition, the application will be considered by the board without further presentation. If the staff or planning commission has recommended denial, or if there is opposition to the application, the applicant will be given 5 minutes for presentation. The opposition will be given 3 minutes for each individual or 5 minutes for a group representative, and the applicant will be given 3 minutes for rebuttal. Any individual disagreeing with staff or planning commission recommendation, or anyone wishing to object to any condition of the rezoning may at this time request the petition be pulled from the consent agenda, in which case that application will be heard under the regular agenda later on during the meeting. Otherwise, all rezoning applications on the consent agenda will be approved by a single motion and vote. If you wish to speak to any petition, please give your name and address and whether or not you've been sworn for the record. These are quasi-judicial public hearings. The law in Florida is that mere public support or opposition of an application is insufficient for this board to take action. Please limit your comments to those criteria found within the board's land development code for rezoning. Madam Clerk, would you like to swear them in?
Yes, sir. So anyone that is planning to speak, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you are about to give is the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
All right, we'll start with P46.
Yes, sir. P46 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Denise Hernandez, Planning and Economic Growth. P46 is PEG 247722. It's a zoning amendment, Carly Properties LLC. The request is to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Move to continue.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Move on to P47.
P47 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, November 22nd, 2023. It was continued from the January 9th meeting to today.
P47 is PEG 247737, zoning amendment, Orange State MPUD, Master Plan Unit Development, Orange State Enterprises, Inc. The request is to continue the item to the April 10th, 2024 Board of County Commissioners meeting at 1:30 in Dade City.
Move to continue time certain.
Second.
Got a motion and a second by roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Move on to P48.
Okay, P48 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024.
P48 is PEG 247754, zoning amendment, SN Hillside LLC, Kuka Lane Development. The request is to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Move to continue, time uncertain.
Second.
Got a motion and second by roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye, motion passed 5-0. Move on to P49.
P49 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, November 1st, 2023, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
P49 is PEG 24CU03. It's conditional use, Joan E. Patterson, Anthem Net Inc., Verizon Wireless. The request is to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Move to continue, time uncertain.
Second.
Got a motion and second by roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye, motion passed 5-0. Move on to P50.
P50 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, December 20th, 2023.
P50 is PG 240023. It's a comprehensive plan amendment, CPAS 2223, Pine Ridge, Little Ross. This is a request to continue the item to a date uncertain.
Move to continue, time uncertain.
Second.
A motion second. All those in favor by roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye, motion passed 5-0. Move on to P51.
P51 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Mr. Chairman, I was going to pull that just to give them the option for the extra 200,000 square feet of retail or commercial. So we can pull that later.
So, okay, we'll pull this for right now. And then we're continuing with other,
I'm assuming you're going to pull 52
I
as
will.
well.
they're both together, or?
Well, no, but that was the one you just did, that you're going to add a land use equivalency matrix to
Oh,
the.
okay, pull 52. Okay, and move on to P53.
P53 was advertised in Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024, and January 7th, 2024, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
P53 is PEG 247759. This is a zoning amendment in the names of EFH Holdings LLC, Elite Pavers, for a change in zoning from an AC Agricultural District and C2 General Commercial District to a C2 General Commercial District with a voluntarily agreed-upon deed restriction for the live local that reserves the uses for those uses listed as C2 General Commercial District uses. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval from the Planning and Economic Growth Department and the Planning Commission, who heard the item on January 18th of '24.
Okay, is anyone here to speak against this item?
There's no one signed up.
No one signed up, okay. All right, leave it on consent, move on to P54.
P54 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
P54 is PEG 24CU04. It's conditional use, Vincent Academy Adventure Coast, Inc., Vincent House Academy. It's conditional use for a group living arrangement in an AR agricultural residential district. This will be consisting of 39 dormitory units for Vincent Academy participants only. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions from the Planning and Economic Growth Department and the Planning Commission, who heard the item on January 18th of '24.
Is there anyone here to speak against this item?
There's no one signed up.
Okay. Leave it on consent, move on to P55.
P55 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
Item P55 is PEG 24CU05. It's conditional use in the names of Karen K. Schlubine Family Trust, Anthem Net Inc., Verizon Wireless, for a 195-foot above-ground level close mount monopole wireless communication facility in an AC agricultural district. Comes to you with a recommendation of approval with conditions as included in your agenda packet from both the Planning and Economic Growth Department and the Planning Commission, who heard the item on January 18th of '24.
Okay, anyone signed up?
There's no one signed up.
Okay. Anyone here to speak against this item? Seeing no one, leave it on consent. Move on to 56.
P56 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to pull that one.
Pool.
56? Okay.
56, yes.
Okay. Move on to P57.
No,
Oh,
57
excuse
is
me.
regular.
Oh, that's right.
That's a
the
regular
last
item.
one. Okay.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, I got a motion
Second.
and a second. By roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Now we'll go back to the pulled items.
D1?
P51.
This is Clark Hobby. Commissioner, were you pulling it just to add the extra square footage, or? did
Yes,
you-
just to take it from 300,000 square footage extra up to 500,000.
The applicant has no objection, but I would ask the board, I'm not sure that the previous motion on the comp plan amendment included, I know we discussed it, but I'm not sure that the motion for P43 included that as well. So if we could just clarify that
You've
for
got
the
an
record.
additional problem, Clark. You advertised for 300,000. So you'd have to re-advertise the project to get the extra 200,000.
On both of them?
Well, on the rezoning,
Okay, well, then we'll just
Clearly.
have to stick with the 300,000, but
Okay.
at least we can come back later on.
it called out the square
Okay.
footage.
Okay. Well, with that in mind, Commissioner, if you have no other objection, if you
good
could
with
make a
it. Yep.
motion, that would be great.
Okay. Move approval.
Okay.
P51.
P51. Second. And I got a motion and a second by roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Yes.
Yeah, I apologize. For item P51, there's ex parte communications that have already been provided to the clerk's office from Commissioner Oakley, Commissioner Waitman, and Commissioner Starkey, and Commissioner Mariano on item P51.
You're just making
Move-
notes of that.
Yeah, if you'd move and receive and file, or
We've
they have,
already
they
sent
weren't.
them to the
okay.
clerk's office. Thank you.
Okay,
We already have them.
all right, they have. So we're at P52 now?
And I believe you've got the same issue with P52.
That's correct. That's why I'm standing by.
We still got to vote on P51.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's-
we're only halfway through the vote.
P51. Yeah, we're
Motion and
halfway
second for
through the vote on
P50.
P50.
Okay.
So I think Commissioner Starkey, can you confirm you just said aye?
I did say aye.
Okay. District 4, Commissioner Bradford. Aye. District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Move to P52, and we'll
Yeah,
hear
so,
from you first.
yes, of course. And I'm just going to state the item number for the record, PEG 247719, and that's a zoning amendment, the Corwin at Wesley Hills MPUD Master Plan Unit Development, Stanley Hilton. Yes, on this item, P52, there are ex parte communications from Commissioner Starkey, Commissioner Mariano, and Commissioner Waitman.
All right.
So, sir, when we skipped this one earlier, we didn't do the proof. So, for the record, it was advertised in Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024, and by affidavit of certified mailings and site postings.
It's on 52.
This is on 52. Yeah, we had already done 51, but
Okay, all right. And then, does anyone, well, no one's here to speak against, we pulled it. So pleasure of the board. Up.
Hold
Ms.
on.
County Attorney.
So you've got disclosures that need to be
Yes,
into
and
the
those were
record.
provided to the
did
clerk's
that.
office as well.
Correct.
Yeah,
52.
52.
Yeah, that's one of them.
Okay.
that's all right.
I thought that's what she was just doing. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Barbara, you probably want to come up on this. So.
Yeah, and this one, as I understand that there's going to be a loom from allowing to convert multifamily to commercial and multifamily to office.
I did draft language. I don't know if David can look at it real quick, and we could delay this, and you could hear a couple more items, and we could work out the language.
Barbara, can you just
Adopt
introduce
specific
yourself
language?
for this item?
What's
Can
that,
you
Barbara
just-
Will Heights,
Thank you.
6327 Grand
Thank
Boulevard,
you.
Newport Richey?
Okay.
So we can either delay a couple items so we can get the language exact, or we can kind of just make the condition, and then we can work out the language with staff.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So what I'd like to do as far as giving an option, I don't want to see a conversion from multifamily to, from retail to multifamily, but I don't mind going the other way.
Right, it says the applicant developer may
Okay.
exchange multifamily apartment entitlements for additional commercial, retail, and/or office entitlements.
And on this
Yeah.
one, I don't think there's as much of an advertising issue because you're taking existing entitlements and moving them over, where with Clark's,
It would've been
you
a
were
straight
just
addition.
adding square footage that
Okay.
that the public wasn't aware of.
Yeah, this would be trip neutral with our language, yeah.
So pleasure.
So, Mr. Chair, I've reviewed Barbara's language, I think it's fine.
Okay.
I mean, normally we do include attach the loom, but she's doing it based on IT, which I think is fine.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Want me to read it in real quick?
You can?
Yes.
Sure.
This is revised MPUD Condition 35. Land use maximum shall be in accordance with the following permitted uses and development limits table as shown in Table 1 below. The applicant developer may exchange multifamily apartment entitlements for additional commercial, retail, and/or office entitlements. The exchange rate shall be based upon the trip generation rate of the land use or most similar land use in the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual ITE. Land use exchange request shall be submitted to PDD for verification as an implementation in accordance with this condition and administrative approval, and Table 1 remains the same.
Okay. And the last thing we need is to make sure we're going to be, Barbara? And the last thing we need to add in is you're going to stick to the plan that's been kind of submitted with
Those
the
already
flexibility.
are in there. We already,
And they're already bound?
we already
Okay.
bound, yep, to it.
All right.
Or is-
All right, so move approval P52 as,
Hold on a minute. It's public meetings. Anyone wish to speak to this item in the audience?
There's no one signed up.
No one signed up?
Yes, sir.
move approval with the noted conditions just stated by the county, by the Barbara Wilhite, the attorney.
So I got a motion?
Starkey, second.
Second? Okay. By roll call vote?
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 5-0. Move on.
That gets you to 56, which was
Yes.
the last item that was pulled off of consent.
Oh, yeah, okay. P56?
So P56 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 3rd, 2024.
So, Barbara, please don't leave. Mr. Chairman, I pulled this for an item, and Terry, I'm glad you're here to speak to it, but I was talking with my appointee, John Moody, about this, because I wanted him to take a look at it, and I think Barbara looked at it as well. John recommends striking the language with the requirements of the MPUDs, and I tend to favor his recommendation. I'm trying to pull it in the computer, I can't seem to get it, but you want to talk it through, are you comfortable with that?
Yes, Nectarios Pitos, Planning and Economic Growth. There's a policy provision, there's a policy number. Oh, okay. There's two policies in the comprehensive plan, Policy Flu 1.3.1 and COA 2.2.3. They're essentially identical policies, just existing in two different parts of the comprehensive plan. The policies are rather ambiguous in terms of how a development that's in the coastal high hazard area or along the coast of Pasco County ought to be approved. Either you can read the policy and it can be a requirement to be rezoned to MPUD, or you can read the policy to not have to be rezoned to an MPUD, to enable redevelopment to take place using a Euclidean zoning district, for example, and essentially use the requirements that are outlined in the Land Development Code for MPUDs at the time of the site plan review. And so there was a interpretation that was made back in 2018-ish, where the Planning and Development Department at the time determined that it's not necessary to have to rezone the entire coast to MPUD and thus make it a little bit more difficult to redevelop along the coastline. You can use the Euclidean zoning districts and just take those conditions, or those requirements rather, from the Land Development Code that are related to MPUDs and put them as conditions on the site plans, since we condition site plans at any rate. And so as I said, as the policy was ambiguous, we made this interpretation. At the presentation of the parallel flood amendments at the local planning agency, comment was made, well, if this is an interpretation that's been working for all these years, maybe we should include it into the comprehensive plan and not have it actually be simply an interpretation, but actually let the comprehensive plan speak to that. And that's what we've attempted to add into this amendment for the parallel flood, so that as someone reads the comprehensive plan, they're clear that it's not necessary. You still can do an MPUD if you want to, but it's not necessary to do an MPUD in order to redevelop on the coast. That's the idea that's been discussed of late.
So is there any harm continuing this?
Well,
The project is grant funded, so we do have some
Name for the
deadline.
record?
Oh, sorry, Lauren Fling, Planning Development. It is grant funded by a FDP grant that we got, so there's a couple timelines that we need to keep in mind of. I think continuing it might exceed those timelines that we have currently.
I'm just talking a 2-week continuance.
I don't know the deadlines off the top of my head. I believe that they were in April, though, and I think we're already going for 3/26 for the adoption since it's large scale.
But we have two
So
hearings.
we get another hearing to take
This
it.
is a transmittal,
All right.
this is a transmittal hearing to the state, right?
Okay,
So we still have time.
So if it comes back, you'll understand why, but I'm going to review this with you guys.
Absolutely.
I'll bring probably Barbara and John in the same meeting and talk it through. I want to make sure we get it right. Okay. I'll move approval. If, public comment.
We have someone signed up.
Oh, someone signed up?
We
Okay.
do.
Go ahead and give their,
Okay.
state your name and address.
Good afternoon to the board. My name is Angel Torres, and my address is 9907 Woodstock Lane in Port Richey, Florida.
Mr. Torres,
34668.
were you sworn in?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So, item 56 on the agenda, the Parallel Flood Act. I wanted to speak on this item because it is great to see our board members putting an effort, to protect our people, especially, or our community, actually, and ensuring that our flood zones are well prepared for the future, especially with the rising sea levels. I'm a disabled veteran. My home was almost in the red zone, so I was kind of scared, last year in the last hurricane, and my wife and I decided, well, we could run away, and hopefully, I won't get too injured. I did have a couple of surgeries, so I've been dealing with a lot of pain and stuff when traveling. So we decided, actually, let's stay because there's kids on our street. There's, seniors on our street. We have to protect them at the end of the day. That mattered more to us than anything else, than even my own pain. So hopefully, with the new amendments in place, with the more protection for the flood zones, we won't be too much in the red zone. We won't have to worry as much. So that's a big thing that I really am thankful for, because you guys are doing this for us, hopefully. Also, I wanted to speak in regards to the scoring system, which is called the CRS. We recently went down, I don't know how much, but it's a good thing. The lower the score on the CRS, the better. It results in big discounts for residents on flood insurances. So that's a big plus for Pasco County. And I also wanted to speak about the Resilient Pasco project, which is a great project the Pasco County is undertaking. Pasco County received a grant for $754,870 for community development block grant mitigation funds. And then the Resilient Pasco project consists of countywide vulnerability assessment, resilience and sustainability action plan, living shorelines plan, and I wanted to thank you guys for the sustainability office, which is really good.
Yeah, one more minute.
Gotcha.
One more minute.
Which is led by Dr. Mark Bellis. The development of this office is actually an amazing step because, you got planning, strategy, and sustainability for the future of Pasco. So I thank you for all you do for all of us as a student, as a veteran, disabled veteran, and a community member, just like you guys. I really want to thank you for everything you guys do for us. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your report. That's great.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for your service, too.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Anyone else wish to speak this item? Seeing no one, pleasure of the board.
Move approval?
On a motion?
Second, but under discussion, I did have one question.
Okay.
What is a coastal, there's a term here that I haven't seen, and I'm going through house plans. I'm 1 year into working on my foundation plan. Coastal construction control line. I learned about the limb wall line, but I never heard of a coastal construction control
You're
line.
fixing to learn.
Good afternoon, Catherine Hartley. I'm a project manager with the firm Benish. Our address for the record is 1000 North Ashley, Tampa, Florida, Suite 400, Tampa, Florida, 33602. You
And you were
actually don't
sworn?
have a coastal construction control
Were you
line.
sworn in?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, they don't have to be.
You don't have a coastal construction control line. That is in the statute for the counties that do have ones. Pinellas does. The ones that have barrier
Beaches.
islands have a coastal construction control line, and it basically prevents you from building beyond that line unless it's a boardwalk or something like that, more passive. So you can't build your house past that line. But Pasco doesn't actually have one.
So let me ask you a question, because maybe you're knowledgeable about this. As I'm dealing with my new house out in Gulf Harbors, and I have a limb wall line, which is something to do with waves.
Yes, it's a wave action. So it's a little inland from your velocity zone.
Yes, so if we have a coastal barrier island, why are we dealing with limb wall lines?
Because that is in your flood insurance rate map. For clarification, I'm your consultant for this project. Sorry about that. But that's in all of the flood insurance rate maps. So you've got the velocity zone, the V zone, and then the limb wall line is a recent addition to that. So it gets the limited wave action, not like the velocity zone does, but it's still subject to that.
Do they take into account barrier islands in front of a house? Or, I mean, because I'm just trying to figure out how you build back waves when you have a barrier island.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
So we have a barrier island called Anclote Key.
Mm-hmm.
And so when they do these limb wall lines, are they kind of arbitrary, or do they look to see what the coastal conditions are if there are barrier islands in front of it?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I say this because I've been to the FEMA headquarters in DC, or Virginia, actually, when they were doing the bigger waters, and we tried to get the formula that the actuaries were using to do their rates, and they wouldn't share it. And so sometimes the things that they come up with, you just don't know if they really looked at the topography of an area.
Well, topography, certainly, because all the new flood insurance rate maps, or at least the ones in Florida, the most recent ones
Okay,
that
maybe I
came
used the
across,
wrong word.
were using LiDAR.
Right.
So, yes,
But are they taking into account barrier islands in front of people's property
that I don't know.
for the limb wall line? Because I had heard that when they first did years ago, the lines, that a lot of them were just arbitrary. There wasn't any real science behind them, but they had big effect on people. And so, and this limb wall thing is having an effect on me, and I just want to know how far away from a barrier island do you have to live to start worrying about 12-foot waves, getting built back up, and when the water's 2 feet deep for half of that distance, or 3 feet deep, how are you going to get a 6-foot, 12-foot wave, or is it 13-foot or whatever?
I think it was 1 to 3 feet for Limois. So limited wave action, so just a little bit.
Well, I'm just not trusting of the science behind it. I just think they didn't look at the barrier islands.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
And I think we should have a bit bigger discussion on this as well, and I can actually bring it up with Terry and company too. But you make sense. With the barrier island, which the Army Corps loves to see those, and they would even like to see us create them, as Alan Rose mentioned to us several times. If the waves coming from the Gulf, and we've got like 3 feet of water, because we're such a high level.
Very shallow, yeah.
We're very shallow, that you can't get a full wave anyway. But to get a 12-foot wave, or whatever it may be, coming over that
You have
island.
to have a tsunami. It has to be a 7.9 earthquake generating tsunami between Anclote Key and me.
Right, so I think your point's very, very, very good, and that's, again, why I didn't want to just pass this thing right away anyway, but now we've got a little time to look at it. I think it's a good thing to look at.
Yeah, I don't know if that's in here. I wasn't briefed on this that I recall, so.
And you and I have all the coast.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I don't know why
I
this
asked
didn't.
an
I don't-
engineer how I could have, how I could be, I have to go get a scouring report now. The only person that does it is in Alabama or Arkansas or somewhere. And I'm like, where are these waves coming from?
Remember Boatyard over in Hudson? We replatted it, rezoned it to make it all work. And they had studied it, and they were going to keep a guy from putting up like a 5-foot seawall, even though his neighbor around the corner had one that high. And they blamed it on the same type of thing. And it took an engineer to actually study it, look at it, and say, there's nothing here. Let him
Well, I've
build
had
his
two
wall.
engineers tell me there's no way there's going to be a wave there. So,
Okay. So, Mr. Carbella, Terry, I think it's good that we get briefed on this. Thanks.
okay. That was my second and my discussion.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second, then
Roll call vote.
roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
I know, I don't know what to say.
District 3, Commissioner
Are
Starkey.
we very reluctant? Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye, because I know I have another shot at this.
And District 1, Chairman Oakley.
I need to see the science.
Motion passed 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to P57, which is a regular item.
Okay, P57 was advertised in the Tampa Bay Times, January 24th, 2024.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jason Mickle, Public Works Director. P57 is a resolution canceling resolution number 23-042 relating to the Aristida Paving Assessment Project, PVAS number 3510, discontinuing the Aristida Paving Project, the proposed assessment, and the notice of intent to lien adopted under resolution number 23-042, forgiving all county costs incurred to date for the assessment project, authorizing the refund of all prepaid assessments received through the Aristida project, and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Chairman, I need to ask the attorney. I can't-
Yes, you have a conflict.
Okay.
Move approval.
I must recuse myself.
Roll call vote.
No,
Do you wanna call
you've
for
got
public
public comment.
Anyone for the public wish to speak to this item?
You don't have to. If you don't want to.
You don't have to. if
But
you
you're
don't.
here, you might as well.
If you want to.
My afternoon with you fine people.
Name and address for the record.
Good afternoon, Michael Cox, 10831 Panicum Court, Newport Richey. I'm the president of the Aristida HOA. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the commission. Aristida finds itself with 1 foot on the dock and 1 foot on the boat. We'd like to get on the boat and go with you on your new MSTU. That's, I see your staff's recommended approval, and we would appreciate you supporting that. Thank you.
Anyone else to speak to this item? Seeing no one?
Move approval. Second.
Got a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4,
No.
Commissioner
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah.
I take that back.
She abstains.
I was just going along with it,
I
too.
said nothing.
We all know that except for her, so.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Aye.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 4-0. You abstained, so I'm not even gonna count you as a no. So, all right,
Got
then
my
we'll
names,
move.
my goodness.
Yeah, that's right.
It's my fault.
Back to R38.
I think we have,
I have to figure out where we were at, huh?
I think you
So I think we finished off on R38, which was the planning item. I wouldn't mind having Terry recap that conversation and just make sure that we're clear
Yeah,
from the
that'd be
board.
good.
Since we
Terry,
kind
if you
of,
come forward.
yes, sir.
Recap.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'll start from the top. Just kidding. So there were 4 items that needed clarification from this morning's discussion. We clarified the mandate for amenities. We clarified the distance between facade to facade to be 15 feet. We clarified that we need to add architectural standards for two-story structures so that they're not all stucco, and to avoid architectural monotony. And we clarified that up to 30% of the units within such a development may have individual garages or driveways. The plating question was also clarified in the sense that plating isn't a maintenance tool, but that if a development in the future wanted to plat itself, they could go through the condo plating process, which would be through the state. So the intent of policy memos like these is to collaborate with the Board of County Commissioners in the establishment of a planning direction. And this policy memo, or these types of policy memos, bring the concerns and comments that the Board of County Commissioners makes to the front of the MPUD planning and negotiation process. Instead of having them appear at the approval hearings, we're going to take these types of concerns and bring them forward. And that's a very useful tool for the staff because we can use these memos as a starting line that'll help direct the planning activity, and it helps applicants to know what to expect in the planning process itself. And finally, the policy memo is not approving any particular project, today's policy memo. The BCC will always have the ability to review and approve future horizontal apartments should they come forward. Now, I'm not going to go through all of this again, but we only saw this example this morning. We've added a few more contextual examples so that you can see the flavor of these types of multifamily products. As horizontal apartments do fill a particular market need for various demographics, particularly for millennials who comprise a greater portion of the workforce, where the general preference among that demographic is to own less.
Let me stop you there, because I think that statement's absolutely false.
Well, there's a number of studies that point to that idea, but nonetheless, it's a type of housing product that's desired. There's a marketplace for it.
Where are these from?
So this is a Florida example.
They have gutters, by the way, folks.
In this picture here, yes. This also illustrates the distance, the corridor distance from facade to facade. This looks to be wider, 15 to 20 feet or so. This is an example from Texas, sort of illustrating the variety of architecture that can be added to these types of developments.
Brick and hardy plank and stone. No.
Here's
Oh, look at
another
the hardy.
example.
Yeah.
I believe this is also Texas.
See, I like that the buildings don't look exactly like, I didn't like that in the first one. I didn't like that you couldn't tell one, every building was the
Get
same.
lost in there, right?
This, I like better. I think we need some
So
variety.
the architectural standards that are outlined in here does require at least 3 different architectural elevations.
With
a
varying,
minimum of 3 architectural features differing between them.
is that,
That's in the
okay,
policy
that
memo.
could be,
We have that in a lot
is that
of
enough?
homes.
Is that enough? I mean, does that include hardy plank,
Yes,
stone, and brick?
yes,
In porches, if they're two-story?
yeah. Stucco siding, which would be the hardy plank, brick, stone,
No, stucco siding is not hardy plank.
no, stucco, comma, siding. Siding can be the hardy plank.
Okay,
Yeah. Hardy plank is a brand.
right.
Brick, stone, et cetera, those types of veneers would be what we're looking for in terms of these developments. As I said.
Is that only on the front or on all the sides? Because I'm looking here. Seems like it should be on everything but the back, not just the front. Sometimes people just put it, see, at least this one wrapped it around the corner. Do you see that?
Yeah.
But then it's got hardy or board and batten all the way down the other side. So let's make sure that it's not just the front.
We can make that more explicit in the memo. So this example is from Texas. I believe this example is from Arizona. You can kind of see this. This would be your 10-foot walkway, right? So
It's on our
facade
plans
here
there.
to facade here. And these are sort of showing the recessed entryways that we discussed this morning. Here's an example of a site plan from Lakewood Ranch. We talked about this here in Florida. And I believe this one's in Sarasota. You can see how the depth of these units doesn't really exceed 3.
Yeah.
Much of it is 2. At some points, like right here, you see a stack of 3. And that's pretty much it. It doesn't get much
Terry, what,
deeper than that.
can you go back to the ones on the top right? What's going on there? What are those in the back? What's that in the back?
Top right.
What are you talking about?
Other side. No,
Here?
no, come back. Up. What are those, like along the lake, what are those little buildings? What are those?
These are units.
Shove them in there.
They're just little teeny ones?
Presumably, probably the 1-bedroom versions.
Oh, that looks
Changed it up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Here's
Maybe
Lakewood
studio.
Ranch. Here's an example from Texas. I couldn't get an image. This was off of their website. But, I couldn't get an image that was a little bit clearer. But again, you can kind of understand the stacking that they do. They don't go more than 2 or 3 deep in terms of the development. Here in this case, you have a major thoroughfare, commercial development that's being developed, and then the density that then blends out to single-family detached further to the
And I
west.
think those are apartments there to the very, apartments coming on the
Yeah,
right.
probably right here,
Yeah.
vertical apartments right there. And the commercial outlots out front, you kind of see the building right there getting developed. And those are the images, just to provide a little bit more context for what we're talking about today. So that was the recap and a little bit more if the board had any additional things to note.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. Terry, back to what we're talking about. This product, it's highly likely it's going to trigger some level of storage to come in behind it,
Yes.
facility. Can we do some due diligence, your team do some due diligence on, especially if we have the deconstructed apartment and then we have, say, our standard 4-story or whatever apartments coming in nearby? Can we find out what triggers storage? Because
Well-
there seems to be a consistent pattern that we see. These go in, storage, car wash, what have you, but those two pop up pretty quick. And since we're looking at that anyway, especially if we don't have garages on these, if it's only 30%, we could probably predict what's going to be coming around the corner here on
Yeah.
commercial zone sites. Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Is Commissioner Waitman considered a millennial?
I don't know what I am.
I want to tell you,
Maybe.
I've got the same things written down right here. Garages come in, no garages, you're going to get more car washes, more storage, and I added Dollar Generals too.
Dollar General store, that's
They're
all.
coming.
Well, Mr. Chairman, one idea maybe, and this may be a question or an idea in a broader sense for all multifamily, not just for horizontal, but also for vertical, but to actually have a requirement for multifamily projects to provide on-site storage. So you don't have to wait for a market trigger. You can actually condition those projects and say, thou shalt provide on-site storage to help, combat the proliferation of self-storage facilities.
Well, there's an example Commissioner Starkey talked about down there. in
Yeah,
South-
Lakewood Ranch.
South Florida somewhere. There's a pretty consistent pattern that we see throughout the county now. And we know it's coming in, we think bigger picture, long-term. I think we just need to educate ourselves and be prepared with what's coming in and manage it the right way.
Would you like for us to develop this idea to require on-site storage for multifamily?
I'm not opposed to it.
Well, what does that mean? You could have, I know that like where my son lived in an apartment complex in St. Pete, you had the ability to rent a, 5 by 10. You could put your bike, your,
Christmas stuff.
yeah, or your golf clubs and stuff in. Or you could rent a garage, so maybe it's providing an option. A
Well-
certain percentage of options.
Mr. Chairman, let me point out a couple things, like on this site plan and along the discussion of garages. So this site plan and most build-to-rent that comes in, there are units here that are standalone garages that someone can lease in addition to their monthly rent. You can see these here, the buildings that are in the parking area. Those are 4-space
Right.
undercover units.
And they rent, you choose to rent an additional space if you
Mr.
want.
Mayor, if I'm not mistaken, I've seen this before, but there's not a storage unit or a garage for each apartment in the whole place. There's a certain percentage of those that people can lease, if I'm not mistaken.
That is correct. That is correct. And so the idea, that's exactly right, Mr. Chair. So in addition to these standalone units, with the percentage of units that was discussed to have a garage, now you've accomplished some of that question. Was there any storage?
Require them, we
was there
said
any
you could have up to. We didn't require them.
Up to.
Yeah.
Up to. Was there any storage with the project that was approved on Island Boulevard? Was there any storage with those apartments?
Yes.
Yes.
There were
there were
garages
a lot
that
of
were shown
garages.
on their site plan.
So there's the opportunity to
So they had
establish that
some,
percentage
yeah.
to.
But I've seen that before.
To allow that garages along with these standalone units.
It's not a bad idea that we require up to X amount of storage.
We could make it,
I would think you
Similar
need to
match
look
up
and
to
see what
30%.
percentage is a normal thing
Talk to
for
the
those
industry.
number of apartments or whatever, so. Because you're not gonna do up to the entire thing, because you can have them there that nobody's rent at all, so.
Agreed.
I can tell you, in my past life, we were going for about 35%, about a 0.35 of the parking was to be in these standalone garage units.
Right, okay. I think that's something to be good to include in some of these, because it makes it a lot nicer, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Let me float a suggestion. So instead of going 3 deep or 4 deep, let's go 2 deep, and let's allow 50% of them to have garages, or make them have 50% of garages, which you'll end up with having a row with people with garages out front, they can drive right into or whatever, parking out front, and then for the people that don't have the money, want to save a little bit of money, they can go walk in the back to another unit in the back, almost like an ADMU.
I'm gonna disagree, because then you start getting very expensive and having a lot more pavement.
What do you think it's going to cost to rent a garage? It's not cheap.
I have no idea. I just don't want to limit them to, I think 3 deep is.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir, Ms. Dunstone.
I need to point out the language that you've told Terry to use, which is up to 30%, doesn't require them to
Right.
do it, but it doesn't change that they could do it if they wish to.
They could do
Well,
more.
no, they could do it if you don't put that in the memo, they can build garage. There's nothing that prohibits the garages. So I'm not sure that you've added anything by saying up to 30%. If you want to make it a requirement, that'd be one thing, but I don't, you haven't gained anything that the
Yeah.
developer couldn't already do.
So what we were talking about before was attached garages, not detached. So we said up to 30% attached garages.
Okay.
But maybe we need to also now add and a certain amount of detached garages or storage. They're not all garages. Some of them are
well,
storage closets.
part of the allowance, up to 30%, was to establish a threshold by which we could consider these as multifamily, that is to say, not single-family detached units. Because remember, the distinction was that a single-family detached built-to-rent product had an individual driveway and an individual garage. And so the discussion from this morning was, well, we should have some units that have a garage and a driveway unto themselves. And what would be the point where we would say, okay, you could do as many as you would like, we said up to 30%, and still be classified as multifamily, that is to say, a single parcel under common ownership.
And the other side of that is once you bring this forward and a project comes forward, you have reason to make a better choice, or them to make a better choice, and we actually put that stipulation on certain projects.
Yes.
As they come forward to us. Whether they have it or not have it, or,
Yes.
yeah.
Would storage
It'd be more like a suggestion.
Chairman, would
Yes,
storage
Mr.
be
White.
considered because of the nature of this, would storage be considered an amenity? I mean, if they're gonna have to leave off-site, and they're gonna have storage, so they're gonna leave where they're living, drive to wherever, go to their storage place, climb stairs or take an elevator.
Sure.
If we had a more formal storage plan, would storage potentially be defined, or what these folks would consider an amenity within the community? And just have it, like this picture, and go down to the end where it tees, and it's back there in a corner, and it's, 3 or 4 high, and I don't know, just thinking out loud.
Yeah, I think so, because amenities don't necessarily have to be recreational in scope. It's still, an amenity can be functional, right? And it's an added asset to the community, things that are available on site.
Right. Because it'd still be, and then it'd still be revenue generating for the business that owns these things.
Right.
Some way, some form. Huh.
They're going to pay for it, yeah.
That's another revenue generator.
Okay.
So we can add a requirement for on-site storage.
I guess what I'm saying is maybe explore it and see, since we don't really understand it, get with stakeholders and, see what, I'd recommend get their expert opinion, and maybe if there's other places that have that, or work, or explore what Commissioner Starkey was sharing with us down at Lakewood Ranch. Kind of save save our commercial spaces for something a little bit more exciting.
Okay.
That's fine, we can bring that back, notwithstanding the rest of the policy. I have heard discussed with industry on that, so.
Yep. Okay, that's it for me. Any other questions?
So, we're gonna have a motion
So I
for
think
this, or
I think we would appreciate if the board would, approve us moving forward with this policy memo at this time, recognizing that there's other bites at the apple as projects come forward, and that policy and these things can evolve as we learn more, right? So we'll discuss self-storage, but right now we have really nothing, staff really has nothing to go on. And at least if the board is comfortable with the things that we've outlined here today, we can begin doing that in accordance with what Terry has said as of today. If they haven't had first-round comments, we can begin that process. And it doesn't mean that we can't add to it, or take a look at it in 6 months and see if we're happy with it or not happy with it. Certainly, we will bring back the on-site storage. I think there's some merit that needs to be explored there, and I think staff is ready to do that. So,
all right, pleasure of the board.
I'll make the motion under the pretense that this is a evolving and living memo here. And, Commissioner Starkey mentioned workshopping and bringing up in kind of a different forum with all those points in mind, and that we get to have a conversation in a different way about it. So I'll move approval with those recommendations.
Second.
I got a motion and a second by roll call vote.
District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Aye.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Nay.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Motion passed 4-1. Move on to R39.
Good afternoon, Board. Andrew Baxter, Facilities Management Director. I'm here to, where is the? You passed it around so much.
Oh, okay.
Roy's hiding it.
Here to discuss the revisions and modifications to our surplus and disposition policy. If you'll recall, we brought forward a agenda item last summer related to surplusing a property to Habitat for Humanity, and the board asked us to go back and take a look at our policy. We've met with each of you individually, and we have brought back what we believe to be a consensus view on what we heard from you all. And so I will go through what those revisions were. First, throughout the policy, we did minor updates just to ensure that all of the processes were aligned with what we actually do. We're also looked at updating the way we integrate our labeling and GIS work with the property appraiser, and so that's included in the policy. There were also revisions to align our naming conventions throughout. When this policy was first created, the real estate department was actually a department under the development services branch. And so now it is a division within facilities management. And so we have just made sure that throughout the policy, all of those minor edits are corrected. The major edits and the additions to the policy was related to the surplus of affordable housing not-for-profits. And so what we have is in Section 5, A through D, we outline what is the order of operations for the surplus of property. First, we check to make sure that there is any county use for this property. Then, if there is no county use, we move on to notifying other governmental authorities as appropriate, quasi-governmental, or special use cases. If those are not viable or there's no response, then we make the property available for public bid. And if we receive no bids, then we would offer it to affordable housing not-for-profits if the property is appropriate for that use. So that only occurs after a public bid, and I think that's important to note. Then in Section 6D, we really define some of the stipulations that would come into effect if we move into that sort of a surplus scenario related to affordable housing. And those are basically setting a minimum of $1,000 unless otherwise determined by the board. So there's some flexibility in there for the board if they so desire it. And then also requiring a 5-year reversionary clause if the property is not used for affordable housing. And then finally, requiring all affordable housing entities to be vetted through the Community Development Department before they can submit offers. So those are the major adjustments to this policy. And so we look for the board's approval of the policy or discussion so that we can make modifications.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I think you've done a great job with this. Let me ask you a question, though. When you say you're going to afford the housing entities to be vetted, well, it's affordable housing. You've got to pretty much know how the record is. Never mind. I'm good.
Okay.
That's it.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
you know, where'd this one go? Well, I'm not gonna say anything till it comes back, so we'll just watch the clock tick. I do have a picture. You can go ahead and put my picture on Holiday Drive. And Marcy was here this morning, but I guess she couldn't be here. Okay. No, not those. Those are LiveWorks. The one on Holiday Drive. All right, let me get my,
Nice.
that one. Okay, and then my staff sent me some talking points here, and I have to find it. Okay. So, in 2019, a survey done by the Florida Housing Coalition, it wasn't a formal survey, and it was not intended to yield statistical data, but the response shed light on how effectively the local government surplus land statutes are being implemented and provide guidance on how to improve awareness and activities related to the disposition of surplus land for affordable housing. 68 local governments responded to the survey, and 62% of them donate surplus land parcels to nonprofit organizations. So this is the one that we turned down to Habitat on my drug-infested Holiday Drive, which I drove. Those of you who weren't elected yet, I took Mike Moore down the street, and I showed you how bad the street was. Now, we have 5 vacant parcels on this street now because we've condemned a bunch of stuff, but this is not that one that was really bad, that had all the fentanyl in it. That's a little down the street where it's all trailers. But we could have had a house under construction on this by now and a family living in it. But instead, it's sitting there looking like this in the neighborhood. So housing costs and material costs are so expensive now. These guys building these houses and getting families in for the first time, they need every penny they can get. And so I just want to go back to you all again and do what we were doing before and suggest that we first offer these to not, in certain neighborhoods, I mean, not every parcel is correct, but if it's a parcel where we deem the house could be of benefit to the neighborhood and it uplifts it, and that they guarantee that and I don't remember who gave me this idea, but it is a very good idea. The recipient of those who receive these parcels must be like a 3-year resident of Pasco County. And was that you? I don't know. Someone once gave an idea on if we were to give any tax abatements on future affordable housing, that we need to stipulate that it's Pasco residents who are getting that affordable housing, not people coming up from another county. So I really like that idea. So I would like to go back to you and say on residential properties in the neighborhoods that are suitable, we should just offer these for $0 to a nonprofit building a house. Because if we have this opportunity in Holiday, we have Metropolitan Ministries building their family homeless shelter. And then we have Dominium building the affordable housing project by Enclode High School, 60% AMI. And then we have AmSkills that can help these people get a good job, and Metropolitan Ministries is also putting their commercial kitchen back in so people can get certifications in culinary, and they're also going to be teaching people how to get licenses for daycare. I mean, we have this really cool ecosystem coming where people who were homeless can go live somewhere for a few years, save up some money, get a job, qualify for a Habitat or one of the other organizations that build, to build this community. And I just want to say again that we should consider just donating these. I mean, what's $1,000 to us? But it means something to these new homeowners and to Habitat, because obviously they didn't bid on it. When we said, no, you can't have it for free, they didn't bid on it. And so it's still sitting there like this. This is a recent picture. So a surplus land disposition program may be useful to revitalize neighborhoods that have experienced blight or destabilization. We're getting Tallahassee legislating to us things that we don't want because so many communities have turned their back on workforce housing. And I just really feel strongly that this is one of the major tools in a toolbox is to help these guys get the land. So, Marcy, I don't know if you want to say anything on this subject. You sure she's on? Marcy?
They're looking to promote him.
Oh.
Her name up.
So I just want to remind you, 60, yeah, go ahead.
There she is.
So I guess it is sort of appropriate or inappropriate for me to just say, amen, Commissioner Starkey. It is a great tool in the toolbox. And I think that the last time this item came before you, it was explained that we already, these lots already go through everybody else to see if anybody wants it, and nobody bids on it, and no other agencies, no other departments. There is no interest. So it's not as if the county in any way, shape, or form has given away or given up the opportunity to get funding from other sources. In addition to no other interest, the other thing is that while we are carrying these properties, we're incurring costs, whether it's our office or facilities. The county is incurring costs by maintaining these properties, and to put them out for places like Habitat or Suncoast Housing or the different housing agencies that we have to put a home on it and then have it bring in taxable in taxes into the county. And then turn the neighborhood around. It's a win-win. And I would agree that $1,000, we would save way more than $1,000 by putting the property out to a housing agency. Thank you.
Thanks, Marcy.
Chair. Kathy Pearson, Assistant County Administrator, Public Services. I wanted to reiterate, too, that there's a 5-year reversionary clause if the property is not used for affordable housing. I almost think it should be 3 myself, but 5 years, if they can't get their act going, what you got to lose, it comes back to the county and we start all over again. So that's a really important fact to consider also.
Yeah. 5 years is a long time.
Yeah.
Maybe we should change that to 3 years.
I would like to clarify one other thing that Marcy commented on related to what Commissioner Starkey is proposing. If we would go back to the way we were doing it before, that would occur prior to a public bid. So we would offer it to
to
the
a
county.
resident.
We would offer it to,
Goes to the county departments first.
yep, county departments first.
These or.
Then we would go to not-for-profits, quasi-governmental, or other governmental agencies. And then we would go to public sale. And this idea of housing not-for-profit would actually be part of step 2, instead of creating the way we broke it out is now it's step 4. There would be no step 4 if we went back to the previous way we were thinking about it.
It's fine with me.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
What's the time difference from doing the bid for the profits to take a look at it, and let's say they don't act on it, to have the paperwork ready to go, put it back out in the street to go for nonprofit? What's the time difference? 30 days? 60 days?
Can I hear the question one more time? I want to just make sure I understand it
If you're
exactly.
going to put it out in the market for the profit group to bid,
Okay.
and it fails, what's the time constraint to go right back out again to offer to the nonprofits? Assuming you're getting all the paperwork ready now.
Assuming that everything is sort of geared in that process to immediately rebid, I would think a few days.
Okay. I mean, I'm fine just the way you got it set up. I don't mind going back to the 3 years, but
Well, you know what? Someone could pick this up on Holiday Drive and throw a nasty old trailer on there, and what have you done for the community?
put those conditions in.
We don't, what conditions?
That you can't be a trailer.
When we would sell for public bid, we do put these type of conditions in already to ensure that
This
it's.
has been sitting there
Yep.
since, this is still sitting there. Not making anybody any money, when we could have had a Habitat home on there.
Should we vote?
For $1,000, you're going to keep a family from getting a house?
Well, didn't Habitat get idea they would build one there, or?
No,
never looked
we
at
were,
it?
we were surplusing it. We had this program humming along just fine. And then all of a sudden, we put the brakes on it, helping people get their starter home. And now that whole project is dead. Can you show the house? This is the Habitat house that, were you there?
No.
I was here with the representatives, Senator Hooper, the sheriff. This is near Mile Stretch where my hoarder is. We did this, we went and did this house with Habitat. And this has so improved that neighborhood already. Kathy?
Kathy Pearson. Board, I just was wondering if you would maybe consider piloting this and let us try a few homes and see where we go with this, instead of making a full-fledged property right now. I mean, just a thought and just raising that question, because I think it can work. I think we've got Habitat, we've got other not-for-profits wanting to do this. What does it hurt to at least try it for a few houses? So I'll just throw that out there.
So Kathy, come back. So if they're wanting to do this, why are we still having properties sitting?
Because we quit doing it.
At the board's direction, because it was not approved, we've been waiting to have this policy come before you.
Commissioner, this all started a few months ago, and we brought a piece of property to you all, and it was, we got outvoted to do it. So that's why we came back to you with a new policy. So that's where we're at.
Okay.
Chair?
I remember the one with the Habitat before, but the lots were too low. Isn't that one of the big issues we had with Habitat?
Oh, that's something different. But yeah, that was in
Well, that was a bigger
Leisure Lane.
project. I
Yeah,
know-
that's in
yeah,
Leisure Lane.
I know that, so.
These are random lots that come to us when we've demoed something and they're not paying their taxes, and they what's the word? Escheat.
Yeah.
They come back to us, and it's
So these are ones we get back in.
yeah.
Correct.
From someone that just let
That's
it
the
go.
typical way. These come, there's other ways that they come to us, but the typical way is through escheatment.
Yeah.
And someone could have bought those someone could have bought those if they wanted them, the public. A for-profit company can go buy those tax receipts and take them before they come to us. So that's their opportunity. We're not stopping a for-profit company from doing anything. What we're stopping is the ability to provide more workforce housing for our
Yeah, I
citizens.
understand, but most of your for-profit companies coming in on something like that, they're not getting a Habitat house, which is there's a lot of donations in a Habitat house. That
Yeah, but
makes
that's
it
no
more
way-
affordable. And a for-profit company coming in and building it with way the cost of materials and all right now, you're not gonna find them coming, so. Just makes it too expensive for the neighborhood.
So I'm not sure what your point is, but do you like the idea of us going back to how we were doing it, where if we get a surplus lot, like we did on Holiday Drive, we offer it in a rotating manner to the nonprofits? Say if Habitat got one, I think this is the way you were doing it, then it's another one that's registered with us. They get the first stab at it, and it goes in this circle, and
Goes in
that's
the
how we
order.
were doing it.
Goes in order.
Yeah, but I would add that the recipient has to be at least a 3-year resident from Pasco County.
Well, I'd also want to put in the stipulation that if nothing happens with it in 3 years, then it comes back to us to,
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
yeah. 5 years is a long time for nothing, just.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't help anything. So,
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, so clarification on the reversionary clause is that 5 years of reversionary clause doesn't mean we have to wait 5 years for anything to happen. Once, if we would transfer this to, say, Habitat, they build a house. If somebody moves in year 1, year 2, they pay their bills, year 3, they pay their bills, on year 4, they just stop paying and they're evicted, then that property could revert back to us, is what that 5 year.
I don't know how that works.
That's the stipulation?
Yeah.
Oh.
I thought it
I
was
was
that,
thinking it'd still be in the same lot and nothing happened.
yeah,
to it.
we're
That's
saying if you don't start building the house within 3 years.
Correct.
I don't think we're getting into the mortgage
The timer starts when
with
we
Habitat.
transfer it. The timer starts when we transfer it, but if for whatever reason, it stops being used for.
That's between Habitat, who holds the zero mortgage, and them, not us. Yeah, no, it's just that if they need to start building the house by 3 years, within 3 years. We don't want the empty lot sitting there, not helping the neighborhood and not helping a family.
No.
And it has to be a Pasco resident.
And this is a separate thing than things that, like we gave the Feeding Tampa Bay, that property we gave to them to use for Feeding Tampa
Yeah, we
Bay.
should have had a clause in there.
They ended up selling, but we've taken care of that, I guess, haven't we?
Yeah.
Reversionary clauses
Okay, all
are
right,
what we add to
Yeah.
just about every one of our transactions now.
right. Well, I'm okay with this, and I believe in Habitat houses. I think they do a great
They're
job.
not the only, there's 3 or 4 in Tampa Bay that are doing good work, so.
Similar work.
And now one community now is starting to get into that as well, which is a great organization.
Yeah. So what's the pleasure of the board?
Chairman, I have a
Yes,
question.
sir.
Thanks,
Mr.
Chairman.
Whitman.
On the, remember when we talked with notifying, do we just go ahead and step out? My eyeballs are floating. On the, before it went to the not-for-profit, was it step 3 that we discussed sending direct mail to adjacent homeowners?
Yes, sir. That was
that
something
discussed
in
on
a
item
discussion
7?
with you, that if we stayed with this 4-step process, then notification on the public bid would also go to the neighboring parcels of that potential parcel that we're looking at.
And we've agreed that that's in the rules of engagement.
It is not currently in the rules. That's something that, again, what we presented was sort of a collaboration version of what we thought we heard from the board in the first discussion. That there's been a lot of other things actually discussed here today that are starting to make me wonder exactly where we're headed, but we can come back to you.
So
Whatever you want to add or subtract.
within the notification process, not everybody is going to be following online. You know, if there's a rezoning or your property's impacted, you're within 500 feet, you receive a physical letter from the county.
This is a house being replaced with a house.
And this is the step before the not-for-profit. I think that neighboring property owners who may or may not, be retired, may not have internet, and I talked about this with Mr. Breitenbach, and we don't need any special rules, but we mail them a letter on the second step of private sector opportunity to purchase these properties. Hey, this is going for bid. Here's a letter. They may not following on Bonfire, and Bonfire is a pain in the rear to operate anyway, these online bid platforms that governments use. So they get a letter in the mail, then they're notified, oh, okay, maybe I want to buy this, maybe I want a little bit bigger yard or what have you. And if they choose not to buy it, they choose not to buy it. But I think neighboring properties should be noticed, especially if they're adjoining, hey, this property's for sale by your government. You have an opportunity to purchase it if you want to, before it goes, if they all decline. And what do we say on average? Maybe 10 letters per parcel, maybe? So it's not many, it's not a lot of work.
Yeah.
But I think it's transparent to the property owners that, hey, this is happening. Here's an opportunity. If they choose not to buy it, then we move forward to sell it to the not-for-profit. But I think the sale price ought to be higher than 1,000. I'm kind of around that 1,500 to 2,000 mark on selling these, especially if the county has taxpayer money invested into cleaning it up. I think our taxpayer needs to be made whole. I just, that's where I'm at with it, but I'm willing to compromise because I appreciate what we're trying to do here for affordable housing and the cost of living and home ownership. But $1 is definitely a no-go, and I think we need to be higher than 1,000. But I think that the noticing to the neighboring property owners, a simple letter from the county saying this is for sale, you have the opportunity to buy it, and they may pay more. And they say no, then we go through that next step. So that's been my conversation with the team, and those are just my thoughts on that.
Well, I'm kind of confused on it because we're talking about doing away with 1,000 and now we're talking about.
Well, he
more
wants to
than-
do away with it. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, he wants to keep it. I don't. And I would not be for this because I think it's a barrier to getting more affordable houses. And I also don't think it helps us in our tax base because if one of my drug trailers buys more land for more people to live on, what has that done for our tax rolls and the community? My goal is to get more people in housing and to lift up the neighborhoods.
But
And we benefit a lot more than $1,500 when a house is on a tax roll.
Yeah.
But are we verifying to put a family in their first-time home next to a drug house? That's a double-edged sword here. How are we, hey, come buy this, move in, and this family's all excited, then they have a very dangerous neighbor that could blow them up if something goes wrong in
You
their
just keep
operation.
working on cleaning up the neighborhood. That's what we've done in Leisure Lane, and it's a lot better already, so. We haven't heard from our commissioner that's at home. I'm not sure where Jack is. I know where you are. I think I know where we are, so.
I've come a long way on this from where I was.
Oh, you killed that program last
Well,
year.
$1's inappropriate.
This is
$1's inappropriate.
This is Commissioner Bradford. Let me give you my thoughts. I think $1,000 is the appropriate amount. I know that's still a lot of money to me. 1,500, 2,000. That could be in the future, but I think $1,000 is appropriate.
I didn't understand.
That's my thought.
So you're saying don't surplus this to the nonprofits? That's your,
Were the
But if the nonprofits, don't use it and offer it to the neighborhood, I think $1,000 to a neighborhood family is appropriate.
That's what he said.
I didn't understand what he said.
What he's saying is if
I don't wanna put
the
words in his mouth.
nonprofits, if we go through the process and offer it to nonprofits and they don't accept it or take it, then he's okay with $1,000 for selling it to someone that's not the nonprofit.
Okay, to start a bid at 1,000 to the
Yeah,
public.
right, to the public.
Okay.
Isn't that right, Mr. Bradford?
That is correct, sir.
Okay.
Okay, then I want to call a vote right now. I move to approve this with taking away the 1,000 for nonprofits. And I don't want a letter going to the neighbors for them to buy it either, because that's not, in my mind, cleaning up the neighborhood. And they could have bought it when it was on the courthouse steps, so they had their opportunity.
Yeah.
So that's my motion.
So I just want to clarify, so we've listed an order of operations here. What I'm hearing you say, Commissioner, I think Andrew's on the same wavelength. 4, which is right now step 4, is making it available to affordable housing. You want to move that up above,
Back where we were before.
basically merge it into 2 is to what I'm
Yes.
hearing you say.
Well,
And then our
after
last
2,
resort is a for-profit vote.
Yeah.
And then we take away any sort of financial barrier for
For
those
nonprofits.
not-for-profits.
Yeah.
Basically reverting back to the old policy.
Yeah. But we want to add that 2 things. A house has to start within 3 years, and it must go to a Pasco County resident of 3 years. Is 3 years good? Seems like it.
Yeah, I think 3 years.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, could we also define what affordable means? Because I'm about to litigate that issue, so I want to, so I'd like some direction on when you
Well,
say
they
affordable, what that
qualify
means.
them, we don't.
I think we should just leave it as a not-for-profit entity and call it a day.
Yeah. Many of our
Well, it would
residents
have to, it would have to be qualified through your community development for,
Yeah.
for those affordable.
They have certain income levels that they all work with.
Well, my understanding from Marcy is that's below 80% of AMI. Is that her policy?
Marcy? You're not on there anymore?
She's thumbsing up to the camera.
Oh, she said yes.
Well, actually, then I have a clarifying question for Marcy then. I mean, so when Habitat for Humanity, for example, builds a home and then they get a mortgage and they sell it to someone, I mean, do they have to meet the 80% criteria? Is that a hard and fast rule?
Well, it is and it isn't. So Habitat has this interesting rule where when they start working with somebody, they have to serve that person. So even if that person is working with them for 18 months or 2 years, they may have qualified for 80% and below when they first started, but it might go higher. That doesn't mean that we have to continue to serve them. So we've had that issue with them before. So generally speaking, Habitat does help people that are 80% or below, but if they're working in their system long enough, they might end up making more money than that.
Or even during the course of their ownership of the home, could eventually find themselves in a different bracket, correct?
Well, we would hope that they would.
Correct.
And
It's a pathway to
once
home
they
ownership.
become a homeowner, we don't check it.
I mean, they all have qualifying rules for them to be providing a charitable purpose for their recipients.
If the policy requires community development to deem it to be affordable, then I'm fine with it. I just wasn't
Yeah.
clear that the policy was doing that.
Yeah, they do have to do that.
Okay.
Okay,
So that's your motion?
that was my motion.
All right, I got a motion.
Mr. Bradford, I might need your second.
All right. I'll second it.
All right.
Second.
I got a motion and a second. Roll call vote.
Okay, District 2, Commissioner Waitman.
Opposed based on the notification process.
District 3, Commissioner Starkey.
Aye.
District 4, Commissioner Bradford.
Aye.
District 5, Commissioner Mariano.
Nay.
District 1, Chairman Oakley.
Aye. Vote
Oh,
passes
thank
3-2.
you. But, and just for clarification, how many of these do we get a year?
Less than 10, somewhere in the neighborhood of 6 to 10.
Yeah.
But it means a lot to those 10 families.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. We'll move on to
Thank you.
R40, presentation.
Hi, good afternoon. Amy Farrell, Budget Director with the Office of Management and Budget. I'm here to present OMB 240016. It is a presentation only going over our revenue forecast and some key economic indicators while we build out our fiscal year 25 budget. Exciting stuff, right? All right, so our agenda for today. First, we want to reground ourselves in our priorities for building our 25 budget. There are a couple outstanding inquiries from our January board workshop that we want to close the loop on. We're going to look at a few economic indicators as well as our internal projections for taxable assessed values, other major revenues that hit the general fund, and then a couple other major funds as well, some key expense drivers, and then we'll show you the remaining budget calendar. All right, so January, we workshopped. And we got some board direction on targeted redevelopment on the US 19 corridor, pedestrian safety such as sidewalks and streetlights, small business incentives and process streamlining, looking to maintain our current reserve limit within the general fund. And we'd like to assign millage to 2 new MSTUs, parks and paving. All right. So when we were discussing the reserve limits in the general fund, we were talking about the GFOA standard of 60 operating days as well as 2 catastrophic events. So 2 inquiries that the board had were some of those counties that were impacted by Ian in September of '22, how were they impacted? So we're still working through some of those details, but what we were able to get from then to now is their current reserve policies. And you'll see that theirs are much more restrictive and aggressive than what we're operating with. And so preliminary looks, they did take some hit to their reserves, but we're still digging through some of those details. The second thing that you all asked us for, what happens if we have a catastrophic event? So here are some figures. We have 2 different figures here. If we lose property west of US 19 on our tax rolls, and then if we lose all of the properties west of Little Road. So $39 million if our properties fall flat west of US 19 and are no longer on our tax rolls. And then worst case, $112 million. So then just double that for the cost of 2. No big deal. Just making sure you're listening.
No, I see.
All right. So now we're going to fast forward and look at some of our key economic indicators that we're looking at while building our 25 budget, and then how those indicators drive us towards our internal projections for taxable assessed values. All right, so here we're looking at real GDP. And so this lets us know, are people still buying things, right? So we're looking at consumer spending. This particular economic indicator is less about how much items are costing and more about the quantity, because inflation could impact it if we were just looking at how much does it cost, right? But we want to know, are people still buying things? And good news is that is up for the past few quarters, so we are still looking good there. People are still wanting to spend some money. And so this particular indicator points us towards our sales tax and how we project that revenue. All right, so we're also looking at low unemployment. Pretty much what this means is it costs more to hire good people because we have a competitive labor market. So this particular indicator and other like indicators have made us relook our timing of our pay plan. So we have accelerated that from a 3-year cycle to a 2-year cycle to make sure that we are staying competitive in this market. All right, so earlier today, the clerk's office did a presentation, and they were talking about our U.S. inflation. What you'll see at a more localized level is our inflation is still higher than that of the national level. So we're looking at roughly 5.2% regionally. And so this really impacts us in terms of capital projects, our cost of equipment, and then our service contracts. That's where we really feel this inflation still. All right, so another indicator. We look at our new home permits. So we are starting to see these level off a little bit. I did get some intel from my friends in building that while these are tapering down, we are seeing a slight spike up in renovation permits. So it looks as if people are investing in their homes rather than jumping into new ones. And then let's look at the history of our new construction values. So what this is telling us is that we probably can expect to have these continued high levels of growth. We're just not expecting this. So then on the next slide, we're going to take a look at how this translates into our taxable assessed value growth over the last few years. So last 2 years, we had a big spike in our taxable assessed value growth. And so we have come up with some 3 scenarios, and it's important to note here that these 3 scenarios that we're going to show you on the next slide are the budget office's internal projections based off of historically how we've been performing. It's far too soon in the process.
We're not sending these to the sheriff or to anyone else to start making their budgets, right?
Well, this is public.
So we've instructed constitutional offices, including the sheriff, is that we're targeting our budget to be between 8 and 12% increase in TAV. So.
Right.
We just got caught last year, a little hiccup.
Right, and so, again, it's important to note that this is our internal projection from the budget office. It is far too early in the process for the property appraiser's office to give us any kind of preliminary numbers. We don't get those numbers till June. So we're looking at, like Mike had said, between an 8 and 12% range, with the understanding that it could come in lower, it could come in higher, but we do need some guardrails for building the budget. So we're shooting for a mid-range of 10, but while also scenario planning an 8 and 12, just so we're ready to expand or contract as the property appraiser numbers get fleshed out. All right, so it's important to note that while we're looking here at remaining projected increases before other factors, there are many other factors in the general, in the general fund that will tell us truly how much money we think we have at the end of the day for additional recurring business plan initiatives. So this is just one factor in how do we think the general fund's going to shake out. All right, so Let me orient you to these slides because the next few are going to look very similarly. The tan bars are our current performance in all of the revenues that we're about to look at. The darker bar is what we thought we were going to be doing this time last year. And then the light one, again, those are going to be how we're shaking out with our current estimates given the new performance of the revenue, right? So we thought this time last year, our half-cent sales tax was going to be performing a little bit higher than it's coming in right now. And same thing with our 25 projection. So still growing, but not at the same pace that we thought it was going to.
Wait, isn't that, your colors are a little similar to me? So, which is the one that, what is that downward sloping line?
The downward sloping line is our year-over-year growth. So you see that we're not growing at the same pace. So it's growing, but a little bit, not as much as it had grown the previous year. So that just shows
Well, and on
less
mine,
growth.
it's going down.
Yes.
So how do you say it's growing?
Well, because the trend, so we're up from 21 to the projection to 25. We will have more
just
in
not
25.
increasing as fast.
It's just not increasing as fast. So we had a big spike in 21 in our sales tax, and then a smaller spike in 22, an even smaller spike in 23, and then we're projected an even smaller spike in 24.
Interesting. Question.
Yes.
So we went,
Oh, 2.7.
there was, Carball was there,
That's a
a
weird
few other
graph.
people from Canada. We went to the State of the Region address at USF last week. Very fascinating. There's a website. It's worth reading. And it was highlighted, and I sat with one of the Luma College of Business professors who helped work through a lot of the data they pulled up from our region. He stated 57 cents of every dollar is going into housing, insurance, all encompassing. In this current economy in our region, 57 cents of every earned dollar goes into housing. In a balanced market, about a third, 33% of every dollar earned should be going into housing. So if that's the case, if 57 cents of every dollar people are going in and they're just trying to afford to live and have a roof over their head, I don't know, that kind of, it shows why the spending is down, because they're just trying to pay taxes and insurance, and based on that, when it comes time to talk taxes, I really hope that folks take a look at the state of the region and how folks' money is being spent and what they're doing with it. So that, I think that little tidbit there really helps us identify why your sales tax dollars are underperforming. I think, I don't know, I'm just guessing. What do you
Well,
think?
and so also coupled with the fact that we are seeing some cooling in inflation, so that will also translate into less sales tax. When inflation's higher, sales tax also goes up, so you'll see that slight decline with the cooling of the inflation.
Interesting.
I'm not a big fan of your colors.
Okay, noted, noted. All right,
They're all
look,
browns.
I'm hearing bright colors next time. You're speaking my love language, Commissioner
We used to
Starkey.
have two commissioners that were colorblind, but they're not here anymore. Are you colorblind? You guys?
No, I'm just blind.
Touche.
All right, my preferred color palette is rainbow and bright, so I will do better next time. All right, so our county revenue sharing is overperforming. So while we've got some slight underperforming in half-cent sales tax, we are a bit overperforming in our county revenue share.
What does that mean? We're
So that's
oversharing
our-
with our constitutionals, or what does that mean?
No, so these are the revenues that the state collects, and then they divvy them out to the counties. So this is our cigarette tax collections, net sales, and our use tax.
So we're doing really well with our cigarette sales? Is that what you're saying?
Throughout the state of Florida, it would appear.
Yeah.
This is funner than I thought it was going to be.
People drinking more now.
All right, so our ambulance fee revenue is also holding steady. This is about roughly 5% of our general fund recurring revenue. Year-over-year growth. It's the same line on all of them. I will take that out next time too. Commissioner
It's
Starkey does
confusing
not
me,
like those.
because
Yes.
I'm going to that one.
Noted. Noted. All right, so then our communication service tax. So this one actually lives in our municipal service fund, but since our general fund supports our municipal services fund, it is important to look at this one and know that it is a bit volatile and unsteady and unpredictable at best. All right, so before we move on to expense drivers, any more questions on Amy's fun
Is this
yet
the
ugly
911?
charts?
No,
So
this
while
is-
this one is predominantly used for emergency services, it's not necessarily for emergency services. The 911 has its own fund. That is a separate tax.
Amy, isn't this the one that the legislature gave us when they took away our ability to franchise the cable companies? And
I'm gonna look,
Dan's
yes.
going, yes. So
My Dan says yes. That
when
was a Marcy thumbs
we,
up.
we used to be able to do franchise fees across the cable industry. And that's another thing the legislature took away from you, and they said, we'll do it for you and pass it down. And so
After we
that's what
take
you,
our little piece.
and that's, so this is what you
We
you
probably
got.
get a little piece,
Got it for
maybe.
2 years.
All right. So now just some reminders. Again, this is not new information. We talked about this in January at the budget workshop. But we've got to operationalize our detention center expansion. We've got the pay study happening. We are tracking closely the retirement bill to see how that's going to shake out. So all of these expense pressures still exist, and it's what we are keeping at top of mind when we're going through looking at building our 25 budget. So your key takeaways for the general fund, besides Amy's going to make charts much prettier and easier to read, is we've got a mixed look on our revenues. So we are going into this budget cycle very conservatively. We have some large must-pays on the horizon a couple years out, not just in 25, such as the D shift starting for fire rescue. We need to make sure that we're planning for continuing to staff the expansion of the detention centers that continues through phase 2, and future fire stations that we know we need. We're also maintaining an intentional focus on staying competitive in the labor markets. And so we're really just looking for some strategic and targeted additions of recurring expenses as it relates to business plan initiatives in the general fund. All right, so how are some of our other major revenues performing? So our local option fuel taxes, so these are our first and second local option fuel taxes. So that funds some of Public Works O&M and our capital road construction. So those are, again, we're seeing the year-over-year growth is trending unfavorably, some might say.
Unfavorable trends.
And our penny for Pasco is also looking a bit lower than we had projected. It's still high, it's just not as high as we thought it was going to be. All right, so where are we in the budget calendar? Well, right now, we're in February, and we're talking revenues and economic indicators and some key expenses. In March, you guys will get to hang out with me again while we talk about the status of the general fund, municipal service fund, and our fire MSTU. The county is deep in budget scrub mode and building our budgets for fiscal year 25 from an operational standpoint. What do we need for the next 5 years for capital? And what kind of business plan initiatives are we looking at? In June, we're going to get the preliminary numbers from the property appraiser's office. We will also be workshopping with you all and continue to refine those priorities. In July, we'll get the final taxable assessed values. We will get our tentative millage rates and adopt our tentative budget. And then in September, we get to hang out again for our first and final public hearings where we adopt final millages and final budget numbers. What questions do you guys have for me? Oh, right, well, I'm not going to stay up too long for you guys to have some.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Move on to R41. presentation. Public Services.
Adam's had a long day.
Who doesn't like a little tourism talk at the end of the day? Good afternoon, Commissioners. Adam Thomas, Tourism Director for Pasco County. Today, we're just going to take a little quick overview of the 2023 visitor economy to Pasco County. And forgive me, for the sake of time, I'm just going to skim through this real fast and really look at the big picture, the overall picture, and just kind of detail some of the economic impact indicators for the Pasco County visitor economy. So this year, or 2023, we actually went over $1 billion of economic impact, which is up 12% year over year from 2022. And I want to call out real quick sports tourism, because sports tourism is a big part of our business, and it's really the lifeblood of who we are as a destination. And in 2023, our results, just in sports tourism in general, we welcomed over 4,500 teams into Pasco County. That's over 83 events throughout the county, not only at Wiregrass Ranch Sports Campus, Sarah Vandenberg Tennis Facility, Advent Health Center Ice, but also Mitchell Ranch, Starkey Park, Wesley Chapel District Park. We're working on other events at SunWest Park as well. Those events actually generated over 32,500 room nights that generated over a $31 million economic impact. And we're outpacing those numbers this year for 2024. So that economic impact is derived from the visitor spending, and the visitor spending was up over 12% year over year, over $712 million. That spending came from 1.4 million visitors to Pasco County. You know, even though we're starting to become real flat in who we're inviting, or the amount of visitors we're inviting to Pasco County, we're seeing our numbers getting back to pre-pandemic levels from 2019. So we're stabilizing there, but it's the quality of visitors that we are attracting year over year to Pasco County, and I'll get into that in a little bit. But the economic outlook, or snapshot for the lodging statistics, and this is just for hotels. We have different modes of lodging for Pasco County. This is strictly for hotels. You can see that our occupancy is down almost 10%, but our rate is up over 6%, which is driving our revenue per available room, and that's where the rubber meets the road, sort of say, when it comes to tourist development tax.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I'm staying on the slide for a second. So I was looking at the math, and when I take 68.1 minus 61.8, I get like 6.3. But you get 9.3. Why is that number different?
Not sure. There's.
I mean, then the next slide's got the same thing. You've got a difference of 6%, but it's actually 7.14 on that. And the next one over is.
Which one?
That 6-point number, I get like 7.14. Then the next number I get, when I start.
The arrow down on the first one, that percentage is the one the commissioner is questioning.
So I get an occupancy rate that doesn't drop as much going by that number. When I flip over, I'm looking at the same thing. It's actually going up 7.14, and the other one's 3.13. I don't know. I'm just wondering where these numbers are coming from.
They come from the STAR report that we get on a monthly basis, and I can double check those numbers. But right now, the occupancy is down almost 10% because of the inventory that is up across the board for Pasco County. We've actually increased our room inventory year over year, so that's why the numbers are actually down. But I'll double check the accuracy on the percentages.
Okay.
So room nights, again, we are down 3% because of the inventory is up. So 1.4 million rooms that were sold in 2023. Job supported, so we are a job generator, job supported throughout Pasco County, and in 2023, we were actually up 8%, generating over 12,000.
Answer, by the way, it's because it's the rate of decline in percentage. 9%.
Show off.
So the math is right. So jobs within Pasco County generated salary and wages over $332 million, and that was up year over year 15%. And we know that every 121 visitors we bring into Pasco County creates one job, one additional job. So the more people we bring in the county, the more people we are putting to work. Tourist development tax up 35% year over year. We went from $5.2 million to $6.7 million year over year, which is going to help us pay off some of the debts, the services, the bonds, and the payoff amount for Rad Sports. And then here's the big return for investment for us. You know, people ask us all the time, I'm not in the tourism industry. I don't work at a hotel. I don't work in an attraction. What does tourism do for me? Well, this is what tourism does for the citizens of Pasco County. It saves over $417 in local, state, and taxes, local taxes and state taxes in 2023. So I'm not going to get into the weeds on the pre-visit and some of the information. I'm just going to skip through this real fast.
Whoa. I want you to touch these.
You want to go through this? Okay. So the trip planning cycle, 50% of visitors actually plan their trip to the Florida Sports Coast, Pasco County, within their first month. And here's how they're searching for us. They're looking for us on Google. They're organically talking to friends and family about Pasco County and what Pasco County has to offer in terms of a visitor experience. And then they're also checking us out on social media. On Facebook, Instagram is really big for us. It really tells the story and captures the story of the destination through video and images. And the reason why visitors are visiting Pasco County, again, visiting friends and family, over 30%. 20% is actually attending a sporting event here in our destination. And you know what? 18% just want to get away. They just want to get away to a nice, quiet destination, to get out of a metropolitan area and see some of our natural assets that make up Florida Sports Coast. Transportation, mode of transportation, we are still a drive market. So the Southeast region of the United States, we are still seeing 91% of our visitors drive into Pasco County, whether that be their own personal transportation, renting a car, or RV. And 9% actually flew into Tampa International Airport. So recall of advertising. So this is our return on marketing investment. We know up to 25% of our visitors who plan their trip to Florida Sports Coast, Pasco County, have seen, read, or have heard, or have been influenced by an advertisement. And we know that up to 80% were influenced by said advertisements. The top source of medium or platform they're noticing our advertisements on is social media, 38%. Billboards, that would be digital billboards or out-of-home billboards that we're strategically placing within the state of Florida, or online advertisements at 22%. And here were our visitor of origin and the regions that they come from, and we're seeing a bigger increase of visitation in the Midwest. Last year, that was at 13%. But it's starting to grow right now at 16%. And the bulk of our visitation actually comes from the state of Florida at 72%, followed up by New York, Georgia, Ohio, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky. Top markets of origin, again, the bulk of our visitation, 38%, is coming out of the Tampa Bay market, Orlando market, and actually the city of New York. So who are our visitors? Well, we know the median age is 50 years old, earning over $81,000 of income, and they're primarily females. Females are the decision makers in all households across the U.S. and our visitors, and they are deciding where they're going on their vacation. Top accommodations, 25% of our visitors are staying in hotel motels. 17% are staying with friends and family once they're in market, and 44% did not stay overnight in our short-term lodging. So that's the conversion that we're trying to hit. We're trying to decrease that overnight, or did not stay in overnight accommodations. We're trying to decrease that number while increasing our hotel stays. So there's a conversion market metric that we're trying to change. Travel party size. We know that up to 238% were spent during each day per day while they were here in market, and every party size actually spends over $1,000 while they're in Pasco County. Top visitor activities, we all love to eat, so casual dining is the top activity while they're here in market. Shopping, again, spending time, quality time with family and friends, and also visiting our natural assets with our nature and parks. So I want to stop here for a second because here's where the areas that they visited the most while here in Pasco County, with the top two rounding out Newport Richey and Wesley Chapel, because it makes sense because the bulk of our hotels and our lodging accommodations start in Newport Richey and in Wesley Chapel.
But hold that moment. Five of the top six are from Shady Hills over, along the coast. Just focus to that as we look at all these numbers.
What is 10? There's a hotel in Hudson? Is that from that hotel in Hudson?
There's a motel in Hudson.
Okay.
And there's also short-term lodging. There's vacation rentals in Hudson as well.
Okay, so this
I won't
includes
single room,
short-term
right?
rentals? So one, is that kind of like downtown Newport Richey? But then there's a lot of short-term rentals in Gulf Harbor.
This is just areas visited, it's not.
Areas visited. This is
That's
not hotels. This is where people actually.
Oh, so they're doing a survey. You're not getting responses back from hotels where.
No, this is so what our research firm actually does is face-to-face intercepts at key points of interest here in Pasco County, and they also do email surveys.
Okay.
So numbers 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 10 are all from the west side.
What's 6 is?
But Scalpin has a big play in that.
Correct. Yes, sir. Visitor satisfaction. So this is one of our key performance metrics because the retention of who our visitors are is really key for us. So if we keep the retention rate high, we can focus on new markets and new areas of growth. So right now, 1 out of 10, people gave us an 8.61 as a place they like to visit, and 92% of our visitors will return, with 66% definitely we will return to Pasco County for a future vacation. Top desired additional activities. So we also ask our visitors, what else would we like to see? What else would they would like to experience while in market? So more restaurants, fine dining. It's great that we see Cooper's Hawk coming into Wesley Chapel. It's great we have Bella Brava coming in, but we want more additional dining options.
We are getting Cooper's Hawk too, Trinity.
We need more options, more casual dining options, more family activities, more shopping options, more sporting events. The bigger our portfolio expands as a destination, the more these numbers actually go up. Perception of Pasco County or Florida Sports Coast, we asked them, what do you think about Pasco County once that you were here on a vacation? The perfect relaxing vacation spot to get away. You can sit and watch dolphins jump in a sunset over the water. There are so many opportunities for indoor-outdoor activities here, truly something for everyone. So detailed findings. So the Tourist Development Council actually asked us to go and take a look over the past 5 years to see how we were progressing, see where we're at from 2019. And you can see our lodging metrics kind of fluctuate from pre-pandemic levels to post-pandemic levels, and now we're getting back to stabilizing for pre-pandemic levels in terms of occupancy. Our rate is still increasing with our average daily rate, and revenue per available room is actually stabilizing right now because occupancy is going down with the fluctuation of inventory and the Florida fatigue. I really want to harp on that for a second. The Florida fatigue is real. We're not only seeing it here in Pasco County. The whole state of Florida is actually down in occupancy in terms of visitation, while international travel is up still.
Booming, yeah.
It is up. So Floridians, domestic visitors are actually going overseas, and now that new markets have opened up, so you can see a decline in occupancy and visitation to the state of Florida in the domestic. So economic impact of tourism, you can see our visitors are steadily increasing since 2020 coming out of the pandemic. Room nights have gone down over year. Economic impact and direct spending is still outpacing prior years. I do want to take a second to focus on the taxes supported by the visitor economy, over $90 million in terms of taxes. This is your gas tax, this is your property, not property tax, it's sales tax, tourist development tax, all the taxes that are generated from the visitor spending over the course of the past year. So I want to go on and get down to more of the details, because this is the visitors to Florida Sports Coast that have stayed in paid accommodations, unaccommodations, and day trippers. So we kind of use this information to start building future campaigns, future marketing campaigns, and future business plans, and future initiatives in terms of attractions or attracting the right visitor. Direct spending by category, again, paid, unpaid, and day trippers. You can see how it's broken down year over year from 2019. Direct spending by visitor type. So visitors that spend in market 1 week or less, up to a visitor that spends 3 to 6 months in market. So those are your long-term visitors over the course of snowbird season, which is our high peak season. Yes, sir.
If you go back one slide, Adam, your day trippers, is that made up of our residents just going out and hitting up Pop Stroke and hitting the mall, or going to the?
No, sir. These are all visitors that are coming from the Tampa Bay MSA. So it's not our own residents and citizens. These are folks that are driving in from a 50-mile or greater distance.
Okay, thank you.
Reason for visiting, again, going into the details of why the visitor is here. Recall of advertising, social media, billboards. These are all of our media placements, our platforms that we are investing in to reach the right consumer at the right time on the right medium to get the right return on marketing investment. Regions of origin of where the traveler profile has come from. Again, over 54% of the traveler is coming in from Florida. 1% international. So there's your opportunity of growth, and that's why we're investing heavily into international marketing and international sales. Just skimming down into the regions of origin from the traveler profile. Markets of origin from visitor type to overnight visitor. You can see all visitors are coming from the markets of Tampa, St. Pete, Orlando, Daytona, Melbourne Beach, New York City, Atlanta, Chicago, Washington, D.C., Hagerstown, Baltimore, Boston. And then the overnight visitors in terms of visitor origin. Travel party size. We know that at least 2.6 visitors are coming in a consistent basis for travel party size, and over 36 of all visitors travel with 1 children or more. Average income and age over the course of the previous year of 2023, 61% female, 40% male. Length of stay, and this just goes on and on and on in more detail. So I won't bore you with the minutia of this. I know it's late in the day. I'll take any questions.
Can you go back for a second? What's the length, the day tripper? So
Yes.
the biggest one is,
25
wow, 6
Yep.
nights.
6 nights, over 6 nights in market. So that's your long-term visitor. That's not your international visitor, but those are the snowbirds that are staying here for the next 4 months.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
So Adam, thanks for the presentation. I wanted you to go through it because there was a lot of good stuff that was in there. One of the things you mentioned about international travel at 1%.
Yes.
And we've got a new line in from Virgin Atlantic. That may be something, if we haven't touched on advertising, maybe something to look at. Maybe all those foreign airlines of some sort to do something. But I wanted to talk about the family visits, visiting friends, coming down, special events. I know for years, we always struggle in the summertime here. We try to focus on what we're going to do in the summer for trying to promote events, and those get heavily scored. We learned that Chasco Fiesta, the Zephyr Hills events they have here, Cod Festival, all those things are good for families to go say, come see me, we'll go here, we'll go there, that type of thing. Scalloping, we started out with a 10-day season a few years back. Adam, thanks for your help, because we went up there. We were able to convince them eventually up to 37 days. The science showed that the scalloping supports a 40-day season, so we're going to get that. Matter of fact, I'm driving up tonight to go talk to Fish and Wildlife. They get their final meeting where they're going to make their final vote. And I was asked to go up there after participating to make sure we lock that in, frankly. So in getting that, we're going to have our weekend, I think it's going to come out to at least 4, maybe possibly 5 weekends. And I reached out to Drew Cesare, who's actually running the Shrimp and Crab Festival this weekend at Sunwest. He's done it for like 8 years now. Done a good job. I reached out to him a few weeks ago to try to get with Adam and Keith about setting something up to do something for that 5-week period. So every weekend, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday, we get something going out there. I think when you take scalloping as an activity, especially along the coast, now you can drive it to say, okay, not only can you go do your scalloping, but now you get an event to go to take the family there during or after and do something more and create some more activity. It's a huge opportunity for us. Last year, we got started too late on it. Right now, if we move quick enough, we can. So I know Drew's starting the contact, a little later than I want him to, but I know you got a TDC meeting tomorrow. I don't think you can make that. But I'd like it to be part of the conversation as you go forward with it and put him on the event between now and then, Adam, to work with you and Keith. Number one, to try to cut the fees down for him as far as with parks. But number two, to you to find out what we can do to help him do promotions so he can do the promotions and make this 40-day period a real big impact. What was the impact last year? We said $12 million?
A little over $11 million.
$11 million. That was last year.
Or Richey could do something too.
Well, everybody can move up and down, but I'm just saying, for that 40, for that season, we can go everywhere. I mean, Gill Dogs may want to jump in too, whatever maybe, but there's, again, with Sunwest up there, with the beach right there, and all we got going on with the new volleyball tents, there could be some great activities together. So I'd like you to go work with him and Keith, and let's see what we can bring back for an idea and get it for the next agenda item so we can start preparing.
Are we starting our scout season after the 4th of July?
Yes, it's gonna start probably the Wednesday after the 4th, and they're gonna kind of do that so we don't go crazy on 4th of July weekend, but it'll be the following weekend after that it'll kick in. This way, Fish and Wildlife and Pasco Sheriff's Department get a kind of rest and recover for a couple of days, and after that it should be stable, but it's all those weekends get better and better for the scalloping anyway.
First day last year, you could have looked out my window, you could have walked. You could have walked right across the water.
It was crazy. That was one of the discussion points. He says, okay, we'll push it back to make it easier for everybody, but it was a spectacular. It was amazing seeing all those boats out there. But yeah, we were comfortable going back a week because we figure everybody that's going to be out 4th of July in a boat's going to go out there whether they can scallop or not. But after that point, it's a nice push for the family activities, getting together, and just having a good time out there.
We had our best scalloping trips of my career last year in September in northern Hernando County. In September.
Yeah. And they get bigger and bigger. They get bigger and bigger.
No, they were humongous. And
Yeah.
we finally, for the first time, hit a limit. We're not, I don't know, Trey's very good, but the rest of us, maybe we're too social. I don't know, but it's so much fun.
We know what that means.
You're right on point when you look at the visitor experience, right? They're coming in for scalloping. What's going to make them stay a little bit longer? What's going to make them have a heightened experience once they're here? To stay a little bit longer, spend a little bit more money in market. And again, there's other destinations in the state of Florida that offer scalloping, but nobody offers a scalloping festival. So this is a great opportunity to actually capture that audience and keep them here a little bit longer. So yes, I totally
Hey, we got beat on the Blueberry Festival. Let's not lose on this one. So let's go make it happen. And I want to say that, I appreciate, working with you on TDC because it was really quickly that we then reestablished getting those volleyball nets, which will be in by March, they say, so coming right up. And I know Consuelo's been great getting some things set up, so it's going to be a big boost for that area. And I want to thank the board again for the allocation of the money to go build the structure we need to make it even look better.
We do have something we need to talk about, and Ralph's sitting over there. And it not only affects sports money, it affects transportation money. So the talk about sunsetting sales tax referendums, and it includes the tourism tax. They want to sunset it, and then you have to go back out again to see if that's the dumbest one. I mean, that's other people paying for our stuff. So is that really moving?
So that is the proposal in the House tax budget. The Senate came out yesterday, it's not in that one. The House would be that TDT would have to go back to the voters every 6 years.
I don't even understand that one. It's so counterintuitive to what we are in Florida. We're, tourism is such a big part of where we get our revenue from. Okay, so, do you want to talk about the governor's baseball dinner? I have a picture.
Well, last week we had the honor of sponsoring the governor's baseball dinner to kick off spring training for all 15 Major League Baseball teams in the state of Florida for the Grapefruit League. And this year it was at Steinbrenner Field.
Yeah.
And they honored Tino Martinez as honoree of the Florida Sports Foundation. So last year, Commissioner Mariano had an opportunity to come with us to Dunedin, and we're going to continue to support the Florida Sports Foundation, and Commissioner Starkey was there as well.
Were you there? Oh, yeah, you were at Dunedin, yeah, I got to go to that one, yeah.
So unfortunately, the governor didn't come this year. He came last year, he didn't come this year, but again, still a great time, great opportunity to really get our brand out. There were other destinations that were sponsoring, but we were the headline sponsor of the governor's baseball dinner. So
Yeah. Very good. Yeah, it was a nice night. The weather was absolutely spectacular. And Tina was so humble. So, okay. All right. Any more?
That it?
Mr. Chairman,
All right.
thank you very much.
All right.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Now we can do ordinary business. Mr. Waitman?
Thanks, sir. I guess we call up Roy and Mr. Tippin. So since we came in office, some of you may be familiar, working on minor rural subdivisions. And there's some pretty strict guidelines there. And this issue comes out of Quail Hollow, but I think minor rurals offer a fantastic housing product, more executive style housing opportunities for residents. I think it works well in different areas of our county. But this issue deals with, in the code and driveways. So we'll need to make the board likes what we have to say here, a motion to try to help temporarily fix the code to help these projects work better. So I'll let Roy take it from here.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Roy Major, Assistant County Administrator, Development Services. So we had a discussion with Commissioner Waitman and several stakeholders who have projects with with Pasco County for a minor rural subdivision. And the particular applicant is having one with 3 lots. And so under the code indicates that a minor rural subdivision will have to produce a paved road that is 12 feet wide, 1.5 feet of paved shoulder on each side of that stretch of pavement. That would have to be engineered. And so while that seems potentially appropriate for a minor rural that's doing larger lots, or that is going for that executive housing market, this individual is bought this property to just cut these 3 lots. I'm under the impression either 1 or 2 of them work for family members, and one or 2 might be for sale. So the crux of it is that requirement to do a paved engineered road would be onerous to applicants that are doing smaller rural minor subdivisions. So we kind of put our heads together, and the idea came out that the code is asking for a paved cross-section. Could we define paved as a stabilized roadway? Stabilization will be defined by load-bearing ratio. Load-bearing ratio is a well-known testing measurement that road densities are measured by. Not to go too deep into the weeds on this, But, and as a, the ask is, could we substitute a road surface that is LBR 40, load-bearing ratio 40, as opposed to having it being paved and engineered? Would an LBR 40 adequately substitute for this pavement criteria? And so asking our county engineer if that would be something that he would find acceptable. Initial discussion said it would be. Asking Fire Marshal Fromm if this would be acceptable to them, they said it would be. And so the idea is that to give the minor rural subdivision developers an opportunity to provide this stabilized roadway surface, which meets this LBR 40 criteria, instead of having it engineered and paved.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking like, you know, you can save trees this way. You can keep what the minor rural subdivision feel is through amending the code doing this way. So it's a very interesting conversation. And the folks who do minor rural subdivisions, they really kind of feel picked on almost. And it's such an uphill battle for them to get their projects across the finish line. They're selling $1 million housing product on acre pluses, and it's what
You want them on a dirt road?
folks want.
Well,
Anyway.
so.
I don't want them on a dirt road.
Yeah, I have a couple
Fine
questions
pass.
about this. One, first, I want to make sure the roads, so when they go to construct their house and all the heavy equipment's going in there in the rain, who's responsible to regrade it?
The individual
I don't want the
lot
county to be taking on that.
These are private roads.
Yeah,
These are all private roads.
Okay, they'll be private, okay.
Yeah.
How many houses can be in a rural minor subdivision?
It's 12.
16,
Okay, 16.
or 16 in the 2 ag future land use classifications, 10 in Res 1.
And when so that's so interesting, let's discuss that. And then when the PBAS comes through, these people, if they do want it paved, will have to pay a premium.
No, there's no PVAS for these
This
roads or
is-
no paving.
If they want to
assessment.
come into the county system,
They
they can
can't.
never?
They can't.
can't.
No,
It's, so,
sorry.
the minor rural subdivision criteria is access by easement. That's really the big difference. And so that's a private ingress egress easement for these minimal, the small number of lots that this allows. And that's the other reason why the code standard is lessened for this access versus a full subdivision.
Okay, and more questions. Is there a minimum lot size? And are they on county water and utility, or are they all on septic?
No, they're on septic and well, I
Well,
would
do they
imagine.
have to be?
They're large lots.
Yeah, they're
They
acre
don't
plus.
have to be, but generally, there's not going to be utilities out to service them.
Okay. And is that what you were gonna say?
That question. Yeah, the minimum lot size, if you're in Res 1, it obviously goes by the zoning and the land use comparatively, but it's gonna be basically, none of these are gonna be smaller than an acre. They're all gonna be larger than an acre. Most will likely be larger than that. We're looking at most of these 4 or 5 acre lots coming in here. As far as utilities, the actual presence of sewer and water lines, county sewer and water, actually means you cannot do an MRS. So it changes the type of subdivisions you can do. So these are well and septic lots
Okay. And,
and private, so this is a private roadway to access lots that don't have frontage along a regular roadway, basically.
Well, my problem is, I'm in a rural area now, and with what y'all are talking about, I wouldn't have a paved road to my house right now. I'd have a dirt road or something similar, and it would not be very nice at all. And personally, I wouldn't want to do that to anybody. If you're gonna have an executive home on a lot, goodness, you need to have a road.
So,
people wanna live in
just to be
rural
clear, this
life.
doesn't prohibit
Yeah, it
anyone
doesn't
from paving
prohibit
a roadway.
paving.
This is for those smaller folks, maybe someone that owns, 4 or 5 acres that wants to split it up and do something and have the access by easement. But, paving a road creates costs with engineering. It creates some swift mud permitting processes and some other things that can happen that can actually creep in there and make it a very cost prohibitive thing to subdivide the property. And there is also a large group of folks that want access off that dirt road, you know, the little go trail. They want that true kind of rural feel. So that's what this allows. It allows it as an option, but we also wanted to make sure that it was safe. So that's why we talk to the county engineer and the fire marshal to say is LBR 40 something that's safe. You can achieve that through a number of different means other than paving, and it still provides a safe access point for these folks that just can't afford to do it in those other manners. But it does not prohibit anybody from actually paving. If you're putting $1 million houses on a lot or $1 million things, more than likely one person's going to want to
Would you want a
pave
rock
that
road going to $1 million home?
Yeah, so that, but they're gonna want to
I
pave the
would.
road. If somebody's trying to sell that type of property, they're gonna want to pave the road.
I've seen some
What
beautiful roads.
what people are asking for not having to pave a road to divide all these lots off, they're just trying to do away with a certain expense that they make all this money off this land and they don't put any real effort in making a nice road for these executive homes on rural acres like 5-acre lots or whatever, so.
And Commissioners, let me underscore that a couple things, is that the LBR 40, it can be achieved through putting out millings, compacting the soil, something called GeoWeb. You can put GeoWeb, distribute that, put sand or gravel in it, compact it, and so it's not something that is going to be temporary or really subject to weather when you achieve that level of density. So that's a pretty reliable number. And then to answer the question is, these are more intended for, you know, folks who might subdivide their property with the intention of putting not temporary, but mobile homes on it or something like that, not really the upper scale housing.
I think it's important that we give our residents and the landowners an option. To have to
Well,
force somebody to do it their property, I think an
Probably just
option is
helping
good.
a small group of people that develop these kind of lots. I've seen this happen. That's what it is. They don't want to put any cost in it because they want to make more money out of the lots, so. I'm just not for that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
I want you to consider a situation, and I know we all were briefed on it a while ago, but you had one gentleman who bought, I don't know how many acres of land out in rural area, and it was to keep a developer from coming in, putting in 100 homes, whatever. And he's going to do like 11
The rural
homes.
area I'm talking about, you can't put in 100 homes, so.
No, but I'm just saying in general. So to take the pressure away from development trying to come in and redevelop everything, take away rural character, I think we called it a substandard road. I drove the road, it actually had asphalt on it. And it was like, I drove the whole thing. It wasn't a great road, you're not going to go fast on it, but for those people, if they're comfortable with it, I mean, they're making a decision if they want to do it or not.
That's a different situation, though, because those were, the example you're giving those were county roads that were substandard.
Okay.
And he was not doing a minor rural subdivision because he exceeded the number that would be allowed as a minor rural subdivision, but he didn't run any roads into his project.
Right.
He cut them all off the county road.
Okay. Anyway, to let someone subdivide their property, if it's easements that need to be going, and they don't want to have it asphalt because they don't want to pay the expense for it, if they know what they're getting, and I'll give you an example, with my grandparents, they had bought a house on a lake. There was probably 100 homes around this whole lake. And we drove on it for 20 years on a dirt road, until they finally paved it. But everybody knew what it was, and everyone just did it, and they were okay with it. So if they make the call, I give them the flexibility to make the call, especially if it's a private road in that regard.
I wouldn't want to do this a lot.
No, they're going to do it a lot, that's what they're
That's
after.
the only thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it's premier, really.
It's not.
So,
You're just helping a small group of people that are developing those
is there
kind of
another
lots.
way to help these people?
Oh, they want the cost to go away from doing that.
So we had this discussion starting last week. This was, we thought was a pretty workable idea with the LBR 40 idea. We could certainly kick this around some more and see if there's something different.
Can we do less houses, like less than 12?
Sure.
Would you mind if I read the language that we're suggesting? Because it might answer some of the questions as to kind of what the intent is here. This is a modification of the existing language. It says MRS access ways shall consist of a 12-foot paved cross-section with a 1.5-foot stabilized shoulder on each side. On individual applications for MRSs, where the fire marshal determines there is no life safety issue for an unpaved access way, a 12-foot unpaved stabilized section with 1.5-foot stabilized shoulders may be used. Unless otherwise determined by the fire marshal, unpaved stabilized sections for an MRS should have a minimum load-bearing ratio of 40, LBR 40. Such unpaved stabilized access way shall not be considered an improvement requiring the applicant to be a civil engineer in terms of LDC 403. So, we're still encouraging the pavement, but it's allowing the option for folks that they really wanted that rural character. I mean, rural character, you go out half the places in Pasco County,
I've
it's
got a
dirt
lot of
roads
rural
to get
character
there.
in Odessa where you can't get to because the potholes
But
are
some
so
people
big.
do want that, and we were just trying to
That's what
provide
you're
an
gonna have
opportunity
more
for people that want that to still have that as an opportunity. And we're trying to create that flexibility through this.
How about that? Government creating flexibility for people.
We tried.
We're
You
creating
know?
headaches for government.
It ends up a headache in the long run for the government.
To answer your question, Commissioner, yes, you would have the discretion to lower it to a minor rural subdivision of 5 lots or
Yeah,
3 lots or
4.
whatever. That's completely up to
Well,
you.
what if they had, just say, what if they had 12 lots? And so to stay within this boundary, to be able to do it this way, you're only allowing 3 homes to be off something like this. And so they do 3 different areas on the same master property they have.
So typically, the way these get discussed, and you're with us, is the fire marshal actually looks at the amount of distance that their heavy trucks have to drive to get to somebody's house. So if this road gets too long, they say no. And that's what this clause is in here that says, unless the fire marshal says no. Because typically what will happen is on those 10 or 12 lot subdivisions, there's a long access way to get back there. And that's what the fire marshal says, no, that's too far, we want it paved. But it generally will leave this up to the fire marshal to determine, what distance is too far, what distance is safe. And if that's, 1 lot back off the road, 2 lots back off the road, and then, once you get a little bit further than that, maybe he says no. But it leaves it up to them and then that safety aspect.
I'm really torn, coming, being married to a ranching family.
But
But I can show you streets that are not county maintained in Odessa that were built like this.
Yeah.
They're bigger lots, but if you drive down Chesapeake and you turn left and you go back in there, you can't drive them. And you know what? Nobody on there wants to pay to have their road fixed. The county came in there once and tried to fix it, but it is like, it's crazy how bad those roads are, but they're their roads. And so the houses have deteriorated in value down there. It's gotten rougher and rougher and rougher, and I don't know what the answer is there, but I'm not sure I want to be encouraging that.
Well, I can tell you, this is a 3-acre, a little over 3-acre road in Quail Hollow, and the roads in Quail Hollow are pretty tough. And it's coming off a main paved road, Easy Streets intersection. And you come in and it's 3 acres and it's 1, 2, and 3. So if there's a cap on the number of homes, like you guys are talking about, at 12, I mean, this makes sense for a project like this. And the roads that are coming into Quail Hollow that the county's responsible for, a bit of a mess, but I think this is a fine compromise, and if you cap the number of homes, I have no issue with that, but when you create an option for people, government's creating an option and actually being
Let them buy a
helpful.
habitat, let them
I
get
think-
in a habitat.
Well, I made a compromise, you know?
Gotta pay road.
Well, that's a different spot.
You know what, I normally, I think, knowing what I have in my district, I just don't want to encourage that, so I'm gonna probably be a no.
Yeah, I'm not gonna encourage it either.
And I'll be happy to show you those roads, that are
Miss-
private roads, dirt roads, that are turning worse and worse and worse.
So, Mr. Chairman, let's talk to that area. So Quail Hollow, it's got all sorts of pressure for development. Like all the apartments go down, up and down Old Pasco Road, all the way down. You get so much development pressure going on right there. So I didn't even know this was the area, but now that you mention it, that's probably a perfect area to go do this because you can only take so much traffic in that area right now anyway. We're jam-packed, all right?
Well, they-
54, Old
In
54.
Quail, so you'll know, some of their main roads, which I don't even think they're county maintained, have a pothole big as this whole dais here in the road. Then when it rains and all, you can't travel that way at all.
I
Because
tell
it's
you,
washed out, and none of those neighbors take any responsibility to straighten out their road. It's the biggest mess you've ever seen in your life.
well, I've driven the area because I'm between looking at the telephone or the.
It's still out there,
The
so-
pole that was going on out there. I drove all the way down Lyndhurst, all the way down some side roads there to try to look at like, is there a connection there from 41 to going across? I went the backside from the Swift Mud property, came across, and it's like, they're big homes and big properties, and rather than having more homes being jammed in there, trying to get them out later on, and all that pressure that's out there, I'd rather minimize it and have the big lots. People know what they're buying. It's land of the free and the brave.
So these are, MRS subdivisions are, limited to 10 lots or 16 lots, depending on the land use area that they're in, future land use.
There's the deal.
So we can look at, if you'd prefer to cap it, we can do something like half of those lots, if it's, 5 where you're allowed 10, or 8 where you're allowed 16, make it simple. We can cap it like that. I mean, if you'd like to pursue that, that's a very easy add to this that we
You
could.
said allow 16?
So an MRS in the ag land uses allows for 16 lots. In a Res 1 land use, it only allows for 10. So I was saying that in those ags, 8 of them, if it was 8 or less, you could use this method. Or in the Res 1, if it's 5 or less, you could use this method. We could do a cap like that and make this fairly, I mean, that's a very simple fix to this language. We can do that and have that.
I don't think it's a good idea.
I don't either. We hadn't heard from Mr. Bradford. Mr. Bradford, what do you think?
Private roads, I don't know that he cares.
He fell asleep.
Just all look on his face.
Oh, but he has to go in for the one-time fix
There he
when they're
is.
begging us.
He's coming.
Commissioner.
It would seem to me if we build a subdivision, the roads, you should be able to accommodate like a fire engine at least. And it is prime development, and I get that, I want that. Everybody wants that in the correct way. I just think we ought to maybe back off a little bit and make sure it's done properly. Those are my thoughts.
Well, the fire marshal doesn't disapprove of this. Fire marshal support, I mean, we have the fire marshal, staff to approve it. So the fire marshal in this instance, and if we cap it, says, hey, there's not a problem here. And we're creating real value in a prime value area of our county. And it gives landowners an option to actually have some property rights and do something with their property that they choose to do. And if they want to pave it, hey, they can pave it. If they have to have standards of LBR 40, fantastic. It's better. It's not like the Wild West here. It gives the landowner and the homeowner an option. And that's the great thing about this country is we have choices. They choose to maintain it. Hey, they choose to maintain it. If they don't, it's not the county's obligation to maintain this road.
You haven't been here when
When
they're
they show
coming
up
in.
right there.
They show up with all the pictures and they say, we can't, the school buses don't come down, the ambulance don't come down.
Look, I'm
And
in
then
the
we
garbage
say-
business. We get down road, you get down road more than anybody, more than any
Well,
fire
then
truck,
we-
more
then
than
we pay
anything.
for it.
And we get it done. I just think we need to give property owners a little bit more flexibility in what they do, and I'm for this fix.
Is there something else we can do?
We can take this back and think about it some more, but quite frankly, I don't know that there's much else we can do because, like I said, we're really leaving this up to the fire marshal and the safety issue. And to Commissioner Bradford's point, we won't let any development do this if the fire marshal says it's not safe. So if they need something more, then they'll ask for it. Generally, on most of these shorter runs of roadway, they're okay with the LBR 40. There may be certain terrain, if it's a certain type of hillside or something like that, where it's going to be going, that they might want something different. But, otherwise, the code language that's already in there at 12 feet of paved is pretty much as low as you can go besides this. So there's really not much else that we can do to help them out, except for possibly take this and use a cap to allow certain smaller versions of these MRSs to come in and do this.
All I can speak to is District 1, so District 1 doesn't want more dirt roads, so we got more than anybody else in any district right now. And since I have half the land mass, y'all won't give me half the paving, so I don't want to continue having just a bunch of rough roads and dirt roads. We want something better than that here.
And the dirt roads, the non-county maintained dirt roads in my district, in the Odessa area, disaster.
Yeah.
Property values going down.
They work out, they get potholes, it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, I'm not okay with it.
We're a lot of sand hills and
But
things
maybe you
of that
have
nature in District 1, I know.
I don't know if you have any dirt roads in yours.
I wouldn't have bought the lot I've got if it had been on a dirt
You
road.
inherited all the District
Just,
2
just to clarify,
dirt
also, these
roads.
are not just dirt roads, these are actually stabilized roads. So
Yeah.
this is
I
not your
understand,
your
but I don't want a
typical.
Lime Rock Road either, so.
But there's a pile of model rural opportunity up Jack's Way.
Well, you did say millings, right?
Yeah, there are a number of different ways that you can achieve this through compaction, millings, and geoweb, and there's, a million ways to skin the cat, really, to get to that LBR 40. But once they get there, once you have it at LBR 40, it's considered stabilized.
For how long?
It's not
Forever?
gonna dissipate like, not,
Forever? It
everything,
doesn't wash
everything
out?
needs some
No.
repair eventually, but it's not gonna dissipate
ain't
as
gonna last
badly
forever.
as just a basic dirt road that you might see.
I think maybe I would consider it, and you'd have to bring it back, if all those people enter into some kind of POA, HOA, Property Owners Association or something that guarantees that they're fixing
road
that road.
stays.
That's the only way. And it's tested to be an LDR or whatever that thing is. I need more assurances that that road's gonna be taken care of, and we're not gonna have headaches in the future. Is there a way to do that?
We would certainly want to see the core samples to validate it's LBR 40 or LDR 40, and so that's pretty,
Only one time or every so often?
well, we can always condition this to anyway, with a cap on lots. You can take core samples and produce that in a period of time, but taking the core samples is a well-known testing procedure, and so we
Well,
could.
I know that we've built Lime Rock roads with millings on it at our blueberry farm, and they don't last forever. And you have to come back, and we have to scrape them and do things to them. They're not maintenance-free.
Well,
And
neither
so-
does asphalt.
And so I wouldn't, you'd have to have some kind of association that agrees to maintain it. Because one person may want to fix it, but everyone else doesn't in
Oh,
those kind of
yeah.
neighborhoods, right? And it never,
Get back
that
to the
never happens.
PVAS deal.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah.
I think we'd be going backwards, to be honest with you. I don't care to do that.
I don't know where Jack is.
Okay. You got something else to bring forward?
No, sir.
No.
No, sir.
This is it, but I'm for this change, so it's a pleasure with what the majority is.
That's right. So you-
I wouldn't mind looking at it further.
I don't think you might have three.
I vote to make the change and cap, I mean, if other board members cap it or what have you, but I vote to make the change recommended by staff with whatever makes other board members comfortable with capping it or what have you.
Yeah, I don't think we got a third yet. I think maybe if we bring this back in a couple of weeks or something, it might be a better way to go.
We can certainly do that.
Just to get some more information, and give us something to look at right off the cuff in the study, and we can ask questions too at that.
In the
let's do that.
meantime, please go drive Ballo, Roland, what else do I have back in there?
Just go ask your
Right
local
here.
hauler
Look up
about
those
it.
roads in
Right in there.
Quail Hollow where people don't take care of the road
Yeah.
and nobody else helps. I mean, it's terrible. I mean,
Trace Monkey.
half this room could be one of the potholes in the road that they got. It rains, you can't drive through there.
All right, I'm not feeling well, so let's.
So just to clarify, really the only thing that we can add to this would be a cap. And if
You could do a cap and a property owners association.
we can't really do a property owners
Oh.
association with this type of
Nope.
situation, it's gonna be a
I'm
little
a
bit
hard
different.
Well, the board could do it,
Could
could
require-
add it to minor rural subdivisions. There's,
Are we gonna require that of all of them, or just these?
We'll take it back and look at it.
You need to do some research and bring it back, if you want to bring it back.
If there's an agreement to maintain the road, then I might be.
Well, minor rules in general, that's what we have going on. All right, thank y'all.
All right, Ms. Starkey.
Was that it for you?
Yep.
Okay, I have some things, more things, but I'm gonna wait on some of them.
What?
Because I'm not feeling well.
So you want,
If Mr. Bradford had been here today, I probably would have been online myself. Okay. We had our TMA meeting. You were there, right?
was that good?
I thought it went pretty well, yes. We had our normal, sour-faced Hillsborough County Commissioners. Can I say that?
It was not a bad
Well,
meeting.
one was a commissioner, one was a city council person.
It
but-
was a good meeting.
Yeah, but all in all, we were positive thinking and moving forward. And we went through the numbers, and it turns out, I think we're gonna be at the bigger number. And we mentioned that, so we're kinda at
Our
Kevin-
members are gonna be bigger?
Well, the whole thing. So we were gonna be more towards the 25 members, and we kinda looked at it as 10 for Hillsborough, 7 for Pinellas, 4 for Pasco. And of the 10 for Hillsborough, they can divvy them up however they want. There would be 2 transit people, one for the airport, one from the port. We hadn't
Non-voting.
decided if they would be voting or non-voting. So that got us to 10, 7, 21, 22, 23. And then Commissioner Eggers wanted to discuss if we had citizen representation,
That was
or
the
governor
two-
appointment, or,
The two cities, the two largest cities,
But-
east and west.
but I'm not sure if those kind of people can vote
Two
on-
larger
on-
cities, east
on
and
this.
west.
Clearwater, City
We
of
don't have
Tampa,
anyone here
and
that's
St.
gonna-
Pete
yeah.
as one to represent the city's voices.
Or there's other discussion, I was gonna bring this up, if we have a small cities representation, so the small cities get together and every year they have a rotating
So we
person.
need 3 for that.
Or each county could have a city's person from their county, and we could rotate them in from our own counties. So there's still a couple options to still be worked out, but we're looking at the larger one. But in my opinion, the magic number is always Pasco and Pinellas have at
Very
least one
strong.
more.
Pasco
Then
and Pinellas
Hillsborough.
are very strong together.
Yeah, we're very
I
strong
agree.
together. And,
And we have some good members on Hillsborough that, on Tampa Bay Water, I know that
yeah,
would serve. so I mean-
yeah, we hear from the one voice from Tampa.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Ms. Hurtak, but we don't know what the other ones are thinking, so, but she's their voice. Was there anything else on the TMA
Then
that,
we had the two ports, everybody was in
Yeah.
agreement on the airport and the port, just because they're regional port, international, and airport impact. We haven't decided if they were voting or non-voting. The breakdown of the 3 counties, and then discussion on small cities, because Pinellas has, 24 cities?
yeah,
We have a handful, and
and the commission,
But
the
how-
mayor,
how-
the
Mayor
mayor from
Ross.
Temple Terrace is very,
he
very
was
good.
Mayor Ross he did a great
Excellent.
job.
I'm so glad he's part of this
Yeah.
discussion now. So I thought it was, on the whole, very, very positive. We're going to not have the small cities discussion until not this next meeting, but the following meeting, because he wants to be there, so that'll be in the June one. But overall, very, very positive. There was something else from Tampa, but anyway. All right,
If I could, let me jump in a little bit.
Yeah.
So I mean, we had our presentation with the MPO. One of the things that I wanted to make sure is we kept our voting structure the way it was going to be, where we had that slight edge with Pasco
oh
and
yeah,
Pinellas getting together.
every number I threw out had that, yeah.
But if you bring in the port and the airport, you're going to
They're
be,
regional.
it doesn't matter.
Even if they're
It
voting.
doesn't matter, you still, they can be non-voting, but you don't want to change that structure, I don't think. I mean, we got all the density from the port and the airport, Well, that's where the voting block is stronger anyway. That's why they have so much population. They've already got an edge by having the port and the airport. You're going to give them more of an edge by having the entity there. So if they want to, if they,
Up at our MPO to see where we are, because I
if I
said
could
that
finish,
Oh, sorry.
if
We
you,
don't
if,
decide that here, though.
no, I know, but you brought it up, so we're going to talk about it. If you look at, if you dilute the vote further by having those two on there, it takes away the very thing you were trying to accomplish. They get the density again from those things. I think you really need to be cautious. I'm glad to have them on the board. I just don't want to dilute the vote. That's the key. And if they want to have the bus, the transit people on there too, same thing, but just don't have them vote. Let them have the representation, let them get the input. When you try to go to the cities and all the other things, now you're also taking from populations that's already there, and again, diluting it further. Keep it where the votes stay the way they are. If they want to give the vote to the port and the airport and the big cities, let them go do that. That may be where they go, but don't change the basic structure to put us in a further minority.
Okay, we got to have this discussion at the MPO. We'll have this discussion at our next MPO, because that's where it has to come out, not here, right? We'd just
You
be doing
brought
it all
ideas
over
out,
again.
I'm just going to go with them. That's all.
And I didn't, I see the value in both. I personally think Joe Lopano is a big regional thinker, so he's retiring. But I don't have a real stake in the ground on that, other that the two counties always have a majority over the other one in voting.
Yeah, Pinellas and Hillsborough Pasco is outnumbered there. Pinellas and Hillsborough were pretty adamant about having the ports in the
And the airport,
conversation.
yeah.
And we were just kind of like,
Yeah.
okay, we'll
We
think
need
through it.
all of our three voices, though, there. We were at a disadvantage, because I'm very grateful you were there, but we normally could have three voices there at the TMA. We only had two. Okay, but I'm just glad we're moving on. This was the governor's luncheon. I know Ron was there.
Yeah.
That was,
You were there?
very nice. I'm right there in that picture.
I didn't see it.
So that was good. We went to the NACO, I'm not gonna really go over that
No,
a
I guess
lot.
it was-
Jack, are you covering NACO? Go back, can you? We met with Gus. First of all, he has a new office. Isn't it a beautiful view out of his
I
office?
thought that was a picture.
No, that is Gus's office right there. He told us that the things that we had funded in his earmarks for this year, he's been told they're going through. So we're very excited about that. Kathy had a lot of questions about CARES that we'll have to get with you after. He wants to be sure that he's not gonna get embarrassed with supporting something. And now I hear there's some back and forth on what's going on with that building in Dade City, but it's not my thing. I haven't been involved with that, but anyway, the congressman just has a lot of questions on CARES. Maybe you could fill in his staff. Jack and I met with a bunch of agencies and trying to learn how to do better on our build or raise grants, whatever it's called. So we have some ideas. And JJ was with us, and hopefully you did well with all the issues you had to work on. That speed, on the last morning, it was bigger this year than last year. They had every agency there. Massive amounts of people to help counties navigate or find out information about different things. So that was excellent. Okay, I gave you this protocol for citizens' reports of homeless encampments. So, my office gets a lot of calls. I think Jack's does too. Maybe the rest of you don't get as many.
Too many.
But every time we get one, our response is a little different. So we had the sheriff in there, the sheriff's office represented all the different agencies in the county that would need to be their code and attorney. We had the brigade from Metropolitan Ministries, and we had the coalition. Kathy was online. And we came up with this procedure of what to do if you get a citizen call on homeless encampment for now. I mean, things may change following this legislation, but we want to make sure that every office got this. I think all your staff should have been emailed this procedure, but If you have any comments, don't give them to me right now. You can give them to me later. Okay, last.
I'm glad you did this. We need a protocol.
Yeah, we needed that. Oh,
Standard operating procedure.
you know how that lady came up and talked about the illegal immigrants and gave us this thing? I was thinking this morning, listening to the news, when I was driving home from Sarasota yesterday, and I normally don't wade into very political things, but I feel I need to wade into this one, because Texas, at least, wasn't a sanctuary state, and if you crossed the border in Texas, there was some kind of law enforcement or something there, Homeland Security, something, or Border Patrol. In California, apparently, and Arizona, there's nothing. There's nothing, and they were talking how people are just walking over from Kyrgyzstan, so from China. They're just walking into the state. So why am I paying all this money at the airport for security? That's what I want to know. So I'm getting a little fed up with it, that we don't have some kind of security here. And I don't necessarily want to approve something that was given to me that I haven't read, that has a lot more maybe politics in it that I would want maybe, but I'm getting to the point where I feel like I need to make a statement that it shouldn't be okay that anyone can come from any country and just walk in without any questions, nothing. So that's what I want to say about California. Lastly, we have 352 structures on the list to be demoed. We are so far behind. On average, we add 130 a year. We have $450,000 allocated for demolition each fiscal year. And we've never run out of the demolition funds since the program started, so it's not that we're not putting enough money, it's that we don't have any companies to do it. I do have a meeting coming up with someone who wants to get into this business and to find out how this works with the county. I have no idea how we find demolition companies. I know we had two. One guy died. And then we just had the one. Then we got another one and something happened and he can't do it anymore. So we have one company to demolish 350 structures. So I'm hopeful that we'll find a solution.
Well, let me look into why that is. I'm sure some of it's a due process. You know, you can't just go demo someone's house, just, there's a process that goes through that.
I think a lot of it's been processed.
So I mean, if it's a contractor volume issue, then certainly it makes sense.
Yeah.
If it's something else, then we'll identify that and bring that back.
I think it's contractor volume. Okay, that's all I'm gonna do today.
Oh, great.
I have saved two things for next time.
Oh, Gary? You're up. Ordinary business.
I had a note that he had to step away, so I'm.
Oh, he did? Okay. We'll go with Jack then.
All right. So as we said earlier, the Shrimp and Crab Festival this weekend should be great. The weather is going to be excellent. I want to say the Employee Appreciation Day went fantastic. Absolutely incredible. Everyone was like energized. It was so good to everybody interacting, having fun.
Yep.
It was really just a well done event. I think Mike Carbella had more fun than anybody out there. I don't know.
Didn't we see somebody throwing rolls or biscuits at the
He was the Cookie Monster.
I won't say who it was.
But the lines moved very quickly. The Florida Cracker, their team was great. They I guess 3 months, they're cooking the chicken like 2:45 in the morning. I mean, they were like set up and ready to go, and
Food was great.
yeah,
so.
yeah, did a phenomenal job.
They said at one time, not to interrupt you, but they said at one time they'd serve 1,500 people in about 30 minutes. So
Yes.
It
So
was
it was
very
amazing.
good, so.
It's expert cookie handing out, I'll tell you that. And slopping too for Jeff.
Good stuff. So I had an idea, and I floated this to a couple of folks, so I'm going to float it to the board. So coming up, I'd love to see us do like a family day. You know, up north with my grandmother worked, they had the Digital Equipment Corporation, they had this big function up at Canterbury Lake Park. And they brought everybody, all the families out, and probably did it over a couple of days, different events. And all the families went out there and just for a day, just went out and had fun.
We did that, so much fun.
It was a great thing.
Race.
Yeah, I think
You think we're gonna do that for the
I think we
For,
could do it, I'm thinking it's,
employees?
I think we should. I think we could do it up at Sunwest Park.
I don't know where you gonna put everybody at Sunday?
Well, so you do it for a few different weekends or whatever, a couple of weekends, whatever, but, I mean, that accommodates several thousand people. So,
I haven't made it to one employee weekend yet. I was out of town.
Well, we
both
missed you.
times.
We
Well,
missed
you know what, I'm not feeling well.
so maybe you take it over 4 weekends or whatever, what the course may be, but set it for a weekend event so that everybody gets a shot to go. They pick the times when they want to go, and let them all out there.
That's a lot of staff time to organize, just thinking.
You just give them a pass to go.
I think that's something we need to think about and
Well, again, I want to.
try to develop a plan. Like
Sure,
you
and
said.
I'm floating out there, it's kind of like, I just was so energized seeing everybody having fun, and knowing that the families would probably love to be there too, hanging out too. Wouldn't it be great to have the different kids playing with each other, having a good time?
Departments could have a family day.
However. it will-
Departments do. You know, I
Yeah.
know Fire Rescue, for example, has one coming up.
Yeah.
Just as an
so-
example.
By
We can
department, that
certainly,
would be
we can
great,
certainly
I
take a
guess.
look. Obviously, there's logistical concerns and things, but,
Correct.
you know, listen, I too was energized by it. I thought it was a
Yeah.
fantastic event, and, you know, listen, just that event was put on so well because we let our employees think about it, figure it out, and they made it happen. So I'll put that back to the team and let me see what kind of ideas we come back
Yeah,
with.
and keep in mind, I don't want to change what we did either. What we did at that event and that venue, the way it all went, I don't want to change that idea. I want to keep that event too. I'm looking in addition to. All right, so Commissioner Stark, I'm glad you brought up code enforcement. So I'm gonna touch on, in my area, I see tons of panhandlers. I call, I text, whatever. It's like, sometimes you're off shift, sometimes you're on shift. Way back when we had the budget coming on, I said, if we're gonna put more code people on, I wanted someone to cover 19. If I do nothing else but take care of the panhandlers out there that are in the way and our safety ordinance violators, if I do nothing else but that, it makes the area look better, it makes my people happier, because they don't want to see it.
Is
And I
that
see it-
us or the sheriff?
Well, the sheriff's only got so much time to go do it. I'm going to give him a compliment in a minute, but, you know, a lot of times they got, well, I mean, they got other calls going on and other priorities. You know, panhandling is not their top priority, right?
Right.
But it's important to our citizens. And if I'm going to have code enforcement, you know, and they can go and at least, if nothing else, bother the people, I think we should do it. If they're violating our ordinance on the safety, can't code enforcement write a violation on a safety ordinance?
It's
Or no?
just,
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
But they can, so they
takes
can
care of
warn
that.
them or detain them or let them know.
I can't detain him.
I mean, talk to them and get them off.
Okay.
Either way, they can hold a sign up.
They
"Do
can
not
give a courtesy warning.
Courtesy warning, and
That's
then
about it.
and carry a sign with them saying, do not give to the panhandler in the safety ordinance, because you can be fined, something like that. What happens, and I'll give you an example, the latest one that's been going on, you've heard me probably talk about last meeting, the meeting before, is there's one guy out there with a sign that says, "Why lie, I need a beer."
Yeah.
He's out there all the time, he goes over from 19 to 52 Beechwoods Drive, I see him all the time, he's got the same sign. Code did a great job getting out there the other day, and they, you know, sheriff couldn't get there, so they go out there, he runs away and goes into a new Kia and drives away. Okay, so we're not talking about people that are doing anything more than scamming the system and going through, and they're not good for our society. They're not good, they're not good, they're not working, and I mean, the guy's dressed good, and driving a new car, I mean, and then Code's got that, he's going to court March 4th, and they're gonna take that as a discussion point, but we need to, I wanna see our code people, and I told you this from the get-go, the budget, if I'm gonna pay for extra code enforcement, the most important thing to me in my district is having those guys up there, making sure that if they see somebody out there, and when Pat Roden came in a little bit ago, they adjust the calendar, I think the previous year, to have a couple of guys work until at least dark, where they can go out there, because a lot of times they'll be out there after 5. So I want to see something done.
Suggestion.
Go ahead.
The sheriff has civilian volunteers. Why don't we see if we can get a group of them to do 19 corridor? They have the official truck, they're in the uniform. I think, you know, tell them that
Whatever
they're
works.
not allowed to be there.
And I've sent the emails.
'Cause
to
I
no-
just don't see code being able to do anything.
Well, I sent, just so you know, when I send the emails out, I send it to Chase, Alex, and I send it
Yeah.
to Pat and Pat Phillips too. So, I mean, I send it to both sides. Whoever can do something, go do it. Knowing if one's tied up, or if the sheriff's tied up, that something can happen to make something go. But continually, They don't get there, and they just keep on going.
I will
just wanna
say,
see attention
driving
to
back
this.
from Sarasota, I came up, is that 41? It had some other numbers on
Yep.
it, too.
Well, you could have come up.
I did come up
41.
75, they said it was a parking lot.
41, 301.
41 or 301.
Yeah.
And the two north-south.
Somebody on every corner.
Hmm.
Every corner had someone in the middle, in the median, and people were giving them money. If people would just could not give them money, they wouldn't stand there.
And again, if there's enough attention to it, and we've got the best ordinance that we've ever had to go work with, this right-of-way safety ordinance to use. I mean, Lee County did it, we copied their thing, worked great for them, if we enforce it.
We
And I
should
said
see
that
if
from the
they enforce
get-go,
theirs.
it will work. And it doesn't have to be the sheriff, our own code people could say, it's illegal.
I don't think you have any extra code people.
Let me tell you, it's more important to do anything else than go look at bushes
Well,
or
not to
other things
me.
too. Well, I'm telling you, take me on my 19 area, give me my district, let me go work my code people how I want. Because I'm telling you right now, my people are frustrated. Over and over again, I hear it. Next thing, I do want to thank the sheriff's office. Sonia saw this. Yesterday, I'm going to read to what she wrote down for me. Yesterday, the sheriff's office around 3:30, 4 o'clock, 2 PSO deputies in the left-bound lane at the intersection of 54 and Little Road were seen intervening with a woman with a cardboard sign selling roses. I won't go to all the details, but they acted on it, and I greatly appreciate it.
Awesome.
Type of thing we need. And that's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Kabala?
So I think a lot of folks will talk about the Employee Appreciation Day in their own way, and we've just got some great photographs that were taken while we were out there. I want to thank the board for their support of our employees and being out there to help participate in activities, serve food, because it meant a lot to a lot of folks. And I had a lot of our folks come up to me, and they loved the event. In fact, I heard it was probably the best one ever, is what I'm hearing. They loved everything from the venue out there at Wesley Chapel District Park. A lot didn't even know it existed, and the amenities and things that we had out there, to obviously, Chamber of Commerce Weather Day. It was perfect. We did a lot of different activities. You can see here the axe throwing was always popular. We did more of that, but we had artistic events as well, right? We had painting, we had a jam session for some of our musically inclined folks.
Roy was
clay
doing
pots.
yoga. Yeah, he did yoga. And he was sweating. I thought yoga was just a stretching thing, but he was sweating.
Mr. Chairman, are you sure that was me? I cannot confirm or deny my participation in the yoga.
I could have been wrong.
I had a good time getting out there too and seeing folks and even playing a little football there. Oh, look at that guy. Who's that guy? Must have been another touchdown. Hey, but it was great. So again, just thank you for your support and all that. I think it was definitely well appreciated by all of our folks.
Right.
And I guess publicly, I'd like to thank the leadership team for helping come up with a lot of the ideas and actually helping to put it on. Part of it is that we serve our employees back. So we look at that servant leadership model very, very seriously. And so, we had department heads out there making sure we were cleaning up, helping to collect trash and do a lot of those things. The other thing is just want to mention it to you. It's just a heads up. Attended a very interesting conference last week, Florida FCCMA on artificial intelligence and government, and it's really got a lot of thinking going on, both the benefits as well as potential pitfalls of it. So we'll be meeting within the ranks here to determine where we are, where we should be using AI, and start to construct a policy around its use that we'll be talking to the board about in coming months. But I just want to let you know that that's out there.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, can I talk to this? So I guess Patrick Dutta did a presentation?
Patrick Dutter did a phenomenal job talking about the Development Review Assist that we are already using for site plans. So yes, and he did a fantastic job.
Yeah. So I should have mentioned this. So at the NACO conference, they have this AI forum that goes on. So I'm listening to all the stuff, and they're all getting worried about the AI this and the AI that, what's going on here, what's going on there, what can happen bad, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And to the end, I asked a question to one of the folks that was on the panel, and I said, tell me this. I says, because one of the things they're looking is like they're going to try to use this artificial intelligence with DEP, NEPA, and all different things for permitting. I says that, and they mentioned the Army Corps in a previous meeting I was at. So it was like, I'm like loaded up for this one. I says, are you going to use this with the Army Corps to actually help the permitting go through? And then one lady says, I'm working really close with NEPA. We're working closely with all the things they're doing to try to actually go that way. And then I told them how we had gone through and actually hired it to do site permitting, MPUDs, and it's really helping us quite a bit. And they were like amazed that we were that far ahead of the game. And they didn't see any downside to that type of thing. So much as his fear on AI on certain things, to what we're doing it for, I mean, I had like 2 other groups come up to me afterwards, say, tell me more about what you're doing, tell me what's going on, and how's it working for you? So, I mean, what we're doing, we're breaking the cutting edge. We're ahead of it.
Yeah, I'm
So-
very proud of our use, and I think really it's how we are going to leverage it and use it, and that's really the key, is how you use it,
Yeah.
and making sure that I think that there's boundless opportunities within government to really make things better for our citizens. Sure, there's probably areas that you need to be careful of and watch, but on the whole, it's understanding how to use it and leverage it, and I think a lot of training and a lot of our folks are going to I really see a lot of benefits coming for it. So I'm looking forward to sitting down with the team, seeing where we're using it, where we can expand it, more importantly, how we can put some guardrails around it to make sure that we use it appropriately. That's
If we
it.
get the laws changed right, I think we can use it for code enforcement as well. I don't understand it. The property appraiser can use drones to survey property, and the sheriff can use it, but our code enforcement can't use it. Is that right, Ralph? Yeah, okay, so let's work on that next year as a policy change.
That's all
Could've changed
I
that
have, but
policy.
we'll note that with.
That's
as
all
we-
you have?
Like federal government
That's it?
there.
Mr. Steinson?
Mr. Chairman,
They're flying over it anyway.
we've been, we're
I look at it. I'm-
served with a lawsuit, Keppel and Blanchard versus Pasco County property appraiser and Pasco County tax collector. It challenges our ability to levy ad valorem taxes on the property.
This is real?
This is
from
real.
America?
This is real.
From
Not some
America?
Russian
Yeah.
thing?
This is a two individuals who believe that they are sovereign to Pasco County. What my purpose for bringing it up with you is I would like authorization to work with the property appraiser and the tax collector, but the property appraiser has outside counsel that is already defending a similar lawsuit in Hernando County. The defense should be the same for all 3 of us.
Summary judgment request?
This is a motion to dismiss. It's a motion for summary judgment. It's what, yeah. But it's my belief, I have not gotten this confirmed by the property appraiser, but it's my belief that our interests are all similar. There should be no conflict in his lawyer representing us. And I would like to be able to offer a third of his costs if their outside counsel is going to handle it. We'd monitor it inside for you all, but the lawsuit actually has property appraiser and the tax collector. There is a count for 1983 damages, so they have personal liability purportedly in the lawsuit. So they have more at stake than we do. But anyway, the real purpose is I'd like to be able to offer
So it'd be
contribution.
3 of us, and then we'll take a third of the
Right,
charges.
that would be the.
Need a motion?
I don't believe so, as long as you by consensus authorize
than
me to
doing it
make that offer to the property appraiser.
I do. Good
Yeah.
approach.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Thank you.
there's 3. Quick. 4. That's it?
That's it, thank you.
All right.
I have
You
2
have
quick
something from
announcements.
the clerk?
Yes, sir. So Clerk Nikki officiated the Valentine's Day ceremony
Oh, yeah. How
at the
many?
historic courthouse. It was beautiful. 19 couples said I
Wow.
do. It's the 16th annual, so since we started, 323 couples have been married over those 16
Do
years.
you do renewing of vows? Because I saw someone doing this somewhere else, and there were people there that were renewing vows.
Yeah, we do. Not this, no one signed up this year, but last year we had some.
Okay.
So, So it's beautiful, and it was at the historic courthouse, so thank you for the use of the grounds. And it's looking nice, the memorial. It's
Oh,
almost
yeah.
done, so. And then my second announcement, March 2nd, is Passport Saturday. So this is in our official records in both of the government centers here in West Pasco and in Dade City. We open on Saturday, March 2nd, from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. For citizens to come and get their passports. So it works really well. So if you want to get your kids' passports, so you don't have to take them out of school, you can bring them on Saturday. So
That's good. Yeah.
that's it.
That's it?
Can I come back?
No. No, we were supposed to be done at 3.
I know, I know.
That's what you promised this morning.
Well, you got an email
I made a
on,
promise based on what I saw in our book, but I took the part of Ms. Starkey out of that.
you all got an email on Growing Global, so if you know, I think we have like 3 spots left. If you know of a company that you think would be interested in learning how to export, you can forward that email to them.
Okay.
It's coming up.
So that's it?
Well, I'll tell you about our employees going to Germany. Do you want me to tell you about our employees going to Germany, or you want me to wait?
Go ahead. I'll wait on you and then I'll finish.
We had 2 young men come from Germany through the Newport Richey Rotary. I think I talked about them before. One worked in our vet with our animal services, and one worked at Miopta. We are now going to send 2 young professionals over to Germany through this Rotary Club in Gemmersheim, our sister county, or Friendship County, whatever we want to call it. I'm very excited that we are going to have one of our vet techs from our animal services, all paid trip to go work in one over there in Gemmersheim for 3 weeks. And then one of our techs from our utilities that went through the AmSkills boot camp and got hired by our utilities department will be going over, I don't know if they haven't picked the animal services one yet, so I don't have a name, but we know which one is going from our utilities department, a 20-year-old young professional, and he'll be working for a major company in Germany that does utilities. So this is, I'm so excited. This is something we want to expand, but we have our first 2 exchanges happening. That'll probably be the end of May, beginning of June. Isn't that cool?
That's good.
And thank you to Newport Richey Rotary. They're paying for it.
Oh, good. Good deal. That's it?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I've just got a few things. I attended the Governor's Day luncheon, which there's pictures right there for you. So that Wilton, of course, was there. He was the MC for the day. And I did listen to our governor speak, and I was very amazed that for our national debt, federal national debt, each one of us would only, to pay it off, would only have to pay roughly $160,000 plus dollars, each of us for national debt. In Florida, our debt that we owe for the state of Florida, and they've been reducing debt all along, which is very, very good. It was only $600 per person in Florida, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah.
And so I listened to his speech, but he really made sense with some things that I hadn't heard him say before, but it was very good. So next, I went to River Ridge High School on Friday night at 6 o'clock, gave for Tampa Bay Water Environmental Stewardship Award to a middle schooler, and it went very well, and it's great that environmentally young people are getting to learn about our environment and how we can have water for ourselves and also water for our environment around us. So we have to live together with our surroundings. A lot of people don't realize it, and when you hear rain and thunder like the last 2 days, I mean, we're collecting that water now for our drinking water as it comes in the reservoir and the lakes and the streams and all that comes in our system. But I told a gentleman that, and I've always heard this, that God's way of fertilizing the earth is when it thunders, lightnings during a rainstorm, it reacts with neutrons and forms nitrogen in the water, which fertilizes the earth. Some people never heard that before, but I've always heard that. And but it's a good thing. Water, I mean, we can't live without water. So, but we have a lot in the future plans for having more and more water for our residents. So, new plans, new programs. Yesterday was opening day of Pasco County Fair. It runs through February 25th. Of course, everybody's invited to go. I didn't see anybody there milking a cow last night.
I was in Sarasota and I'm sick.
Ms.
Wanna go
Starkey's
home to
done
bed.
that before now.
I've
So
done it.
has Jack.
I've done it
So-
several times. Sorry I missed it.
So, but it got started very well, so it looks like it's gonna be a good week for the fair, so. A lot of kids, a lot of involvement, a lot of, we actually cut the ribbon yesterday morning for the new ag barn that we have there, which Wilton helped get the funds to be able to build that ag barn. And we're on, and JJ's much aware of this, we're on fire watch because we couldn't put the sprinkler system in there because we didn't have enough water in the area of Dade City to be able to use sprinklers in there right now. So we've got that set up, so we're on fire watch throughout the week there, and our folks are there and ready to go if some issue comes up. But we're watching that, and it'll be good. And then afterwards, we're going to try to make some plans where we can take care of the fire system for that barn. So it's so strange. We talk about the fire system for a metal barn, concrete, and all these things. When the barn that was there, we didn't have a fire system in it. It wasn't required or anything. And if you struck a match in it, it would burn up in a couple of hours or so. But we got to have it for this new metal barn. So. But those strange things, but that's a new way of life, I think. So. But, and then, of course, it's hard to say how great a day yesterday was, but I'm telling you, it was very well planned out. Plenty of room for parking. Other
How
than we
many
had a
people
little
were
bit of
there?
line, and we probably disrupted a few people that travel in the area during that time of day. We probably interrupted them a little bit because we had lines in the roads out there, but I think it went very well. And I think I had beans everywhere on me. So I served beans, but I got them more than just in somebody's plate. I got them on my shirt, on my shoes. So, but it was fun. And there's a picture of all this stuff here. So there you go. This is a picture where they had an antique car show, and it turned out very nice. Roy actually got a trophy, I believe, of I believe it was a Chevrolet Piston.
That was just as the hosting department, and the idea is if another department, kind of hosts it and coordinates it, we'll pass that Piston trophy on.
Oh, you're gonna pass that one on?
Right, but that whole car show was put together by one of our inspectors, one of our building inspectors.
Yeah, and it was good. It was very, I mean, I went out there and we walked and looked at the cars, so it's pretty nice. So, and then this happened. I don't know who these people are. You gonna turn that thing on, or?
Are you bumping?
We're not doing the bump. No, we're not doing no bump. We're doing something. There we go.
Marie.
Oh, Marie. Oh, it's the 3D camera.
Is that Marie?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't recognize her.
Oh, that's funny.
That was actually a very big hit.
I've seen that at a wedding. I never
That
got
was,
on it, but
That was a very interesting machine like that, so it was pretty good. So, but it was a great day, and I certainly appreciate all our employees. And I had a plan for Troy Stevenson has Acme on the go, and he was going to have one of the trucks out there saying how much we appreciated everybody. It didn't happen because his employees overslept to about 11 o'clock that day. I found out this morning. But he was willing, he was going to do that for nothing for us, so we'll get him back another time to do that for us. So. But I am I'm pleased. A lot of things in the area are happening, a lot of things are very good for our folks. And with that, I'm done. Anybody else got anything good for the world here? If
Oh,
not,
Gary, does Gary have anything?
Yeah.
is Gary back?
He was back,
I would
but,
just like to
Hey,
say-
here he is. Oh, Gary.
Hey, I would just like to say that, in my present condition, I can't do these things, but you guys are doing some exciting things, and I can't wait to get back and, be a part of the team, and, it makes me proud to be on the Pasco County Commission. It really does. Thank you.
Oh,
There,
well, we'll
thank
see you back
you.
soon.
Thank you. All right, with that, we're adjourned.